Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I first heard about Roberto Yazzi's ordeal from a classmate at Northern Arizona University who pulled me aside after our anthropology seminar. "You need to talk to this guy," she insisted, her voice dropping to a whisper. He experienced something absolutely terrifying one night on the reservation, something that still haunts him. The way she described it made my skin crawl. Roberto had been reluctant to share his story with anyone, but word had gotten around campus about his night terrors and the way he'd jump at unexpected sounds. When I finally approached him, he agreed to meet at a small diner off Route 40, away from the usual student crowds. Roberto was 22 now, but he told me this happened when he was 12 years old, back in 2015. He'd been traveling with his father, Vincent, returning from a family funeral in Chinle. They'd chosen to take the back roads rather than the main highway, a decision that would haunt them both forever. "My dad knew those roads like the back of his hand," Roberto said, stirring his untouched coffee nervously. "He'd driven them for 30 years, delivering supplies to remote communities. But that night," he paused, his hands trembling slightly. "That night, something was different." The desert stretched endlessly on both sides of the narrow asphalt road. No streetlights, no houses, just the pale glow of their headlights cutting through the overwhelming darkness. Roberto remembered feeling drowsy in the passenger seat, lulled by the steady hum of the engine and the gentle sway of the old pickup truck. Then his father's demeanor changed completely. Vincent's grip on the steering wheel tightened until his knuckles turned white. Roberto noticed his father's eyes darting between the road ahead and the rear-view mirror, a nervous tick in his jaw becoming more pronounced with each passing mile. "Dad?" Roberto had asked, sensing the shift in atmosphere. "Is everything okay?" Vincent didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pressed harder on the accelerator, and the speedometer needle crept past 60, then 70 miles per hour. On these winding reservation roads, that was dangerously fast. "Don't look behind us," Vincent finally whispered, his voice barely audible over the engine noise. "Whatever you do, don't turn around." Those words sent ice through Roberto's veins. His father had always been the calm one in the family, the man who fixed problems and protected everyone. To hear fear in his voice was more terrifying than any ghost story Roberto had ever heard. "What's back there?" Roberto pressed, fighting every instinct to crane his neck and look through the rear window. "I don't know," Vincent admitted, and that uncertainty made everything worse. "But it's been following us for the last 10 miles, staying just outside our taillights, matching our speed perfectly." Roberto's imagination began to run wild. Was it another vehicle? Someone with malicious intent? The reservation had its share of dangerous individuals, drug runners, people driven to desperation by poverty and addiction. Stories circulated about travelers being robbed, cars being stolen, worse things happening to those unlucky enough to break down in the wrong place at the wrong time. The truck's engine strained as Vincent pushed it harder. The familiar rumble became a high-pitched whine, and Roberto could feel the vehicle shuddering beneath them. They were driving faster than this old Ford had ever been designed to go. Despite his father's warning, Roberto couldn't resist the overwhelming urge to look. His curiosity battled with his fear, and curiosity won. He adjusted the passenger side mirror, angling it to see behind them. What he saw made his stomach lurch. A figure was running alongside their truck, keeping pace effortlessly even as they approached 80 miles per hour. It wasn't a vehicle at all. It was a person, or something that had once been a person. The figure moved with an unnatural gait, its limbs seeming to bend in ways that defied human anatomy. Even more disturbing was its attire. Tattered clothing that flapped wildly in the wind, torn jeans hanging in strips, and what looked like the remnants of a flannel shirt. The fabric was dark with stains that Roberto didn't want to identify. "Oh God," he breathed, his voice cracking. Vincent glanced over and saw the terror in his son's eyes. "You looked, didn't you?" he said grimly. "I told you not to look." The figure's head turned toward their truck, and Roberto caught a glimpse of a face that would haunt his nightmares for years to come. It was gaunt and hollow-cheeked, with stringy hair hanging in matted clumps. The eyes reflected their headlights like an animal's, glowing with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. But it was the smile that truly terrified Roberto, a wide, gap-toothed grin that stretched too far across the figure's face, as if the person was experiencing some twisted form of joy from this midnight chase. "What is that thing?" Roberto whispered, unable to look away, despite every rational thought screaming at him to turn forward. "I don't know," Vincent repeated, his voice tight with fear. "But we're not stopping to find out." The figure began to close the distance between itself and the truck. What had started as a parallel pursuit became something far more aggressive. Roberto watched in horror as the person, for lack of a better word, began to angle toward their vehicle. Vincent swerved sharply to the left, the truck's tires screaming against the asphalt. The sudden movement threw Roberto against the passenger door, his shoulder slamming into the window with enough force to leave a bruise. "It's trying to get in front of us," Vincent shouted over the roar of the engine. "Hold on!" The figure leaped forward with impossible speed, landing directly in their path. Vincent had a split second to react. He jerked the wheel hard to the right, sending them careening toward the shoulder of the road. The truck hit loose gravel and sand, fishtailing wildly as Vincent fought to maintain control. Roberto gripped his seatbelt with both hands, his knuckles white with strain. The world outside became a blur of scrub brush and scattered rocks. He could hear the undercarriage of the truck scraping against something, probably a boulder or a piece of old concrete. In the chaos, Roberto lost sight of the figure. For a moment he dared to hope they had escaped, that whatever sick individual had been pursuing them had been left behind in the dust cloud their vehicle had kicked up. Then he heard the sound, a rhythmic thumping coming from above them, as if someone was running across the roof of the truck. Each footstep sent vibrations through the cab, and Roberto could see the ceiling liner sagging slightly with each impact. "It's on top of us!" he screamed, his voice breaking with panic. Vincent's face had gone pale, beads of sweat visible on his forehead despite the cool night air flowing through the vents. He began swerving erratically, trying to throw off whatever had climbed onto their vehicle. The thumping grew more intense, and suddenly Roberto heard scratching sounds, long, deliberate scrapes across the metal roof, as if fingernails were being dragged across the surface. The noise was like fingernails on a chalkboard, making him clench his teeth and cover his ears. Vincent rolled down his window and stuck his head out, trying to see what was happening above them. The wind whipped his hair wildly, and he had to squint against the debris kicked up by their tires. "Get off my truck!" he shouted into the night, his voice carrying a desperate edge that Roberto had never heard before. The scratching stopped. For a few seconds, the only sounds were the engine's labored breathing and the whistle of wind through the open window. Roberto began to hope again that their pursuer had fallen off or given up. Then a face appeared in the windshield, hanging upside down from the roof. It was the same gaunt visage Roberto had seen in the mirror, but now it was close enough to see every horrifying detail. Deep-set eyes that seemed to bore into his soul, cracked lips pulled back in that unsettling grin, and skin that looked like it hadn't seen sunlight in months. The face pressed against the glass, leaving smears of what Roberto prayed was just dirt. The figure began pounding on the windshield with both fists, each impact sending spiderweb cracks across the surface. Vincent slammed on the brakes. The sudden deceleration threw the figure forward, and Roberto watched as it tumbled off the hood and rolled into the road ahead of them. For a moment it lay motionless in their headlight beams, and Roberto thought maybe the fall had knocked it unconscious. "Is it dead?" he whispered. Before Vincent could answer, the figure sprang to its feet with unnatural agility and began running toward them again, this time with obvious fury in its movements. Vincent threw the truck into reverse, tires squealing as they shot backward down the empty road. Roberto watched through the rear window as the figure gave chase, its tattered clothing streaming behind it like dark flags. "We can't outrun it forever," Vincent said, his voice grim with determination. "The engine's overheating, and we're almost out of gas." Roberto looked at the dashboard and saw that his father was right. The temperature gauge was deep in the red zone, and the fuel needle hovered just above empty. They had maybe 10 minutes before the truck would break down completely, leaving them stranded in the middle of nowhere with that thing still pursuing them. "What are we going to do?" Roberto asked, his voice small and frightened. Vincent reached under his seat and pulled out a tire iron. The metal bar felt solid and reassuring in his hands, though Roberto wondered if it would be enough to stop whatever was chasing them. "We're going to face this head-on," Vincent said firmly. "I won't let anything happen to you, son. I promise." He pulled over to the side of the road and turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening after hours of running at high speed. Roberto could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears and the distant sound of footsteps approaching through the darkness. Vincent got out of the truck slowly, the tire iron held ready at his side. Roberto wanted to follow, to stand beside his father, but his legs felt like they were made of lead. "Stay in the truck," Vincent commanded without looking back. "Lock the doors and don't come out no matter what happens." The figure emerged from the darkness beyond their headlights, moving with that same unnatural gait Roberto had observed before. Up close, he could see that this was definitely a human being, though one that had clearly suffered some kind of severe trauma or mental breakdown. The person's clothes were filthy and torn, hanging in tatters that suggested they had been living rough for a long time. Their hair was matted with dirt and what looked like dried blood. Most disturbing of all were the person's eyes, wild and unfocused, like those of a rabid animal. "Please," Vincent called out, his voice carrying across the desert air. "We don't want any trouble. We're just trying to get home." The figure stopped about 20 feet away, tilting its head as if considering Vincent's words. When it spoke, its voice was a harsh rasp that barely sounded human. "Home," it repeated, the word seeming to cause it physical pain. "Home is gone. Family is gone. Everything is gone." Roberto could see his father's posture relax slightly as he realized they were dealing with a deeply troubled human being rather than something supernatural. This was someone who had suffered tremendous loss and had been broken by it. "What happened to you?" Vincent asked gently, lowering the tire iron but not dropping it completely. "Fire," the person whispered, and Roberto could hear the anguish in that single word. "The fire took everything. My wife, my children, my house. I tried to save them, but I was too late. Too late. Too late. Too late." The figure began to rock back and forth, repeating those last words like a mantra. Roberto felt a wave of unexpected sympathy for this person who had clearly been through something unimaginable. "I've been walking for months," the person continued, their voice growing stronger. "Looking for them, hoping they survived somehow. But they're gone, aren't they? They're all gone." Vincent took a careful step forward. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said sincerely. "But following people at night, chasing vehicles, that's not the way to find help. You're scaring people, and you could get yourself killed." The figure's head snapped up, and Roberto saw lucidity return to their eyes for the first time. "Scared," they said, and suddenly that unnerving grin was back. "Good. Everyone should be scared. The world is full of terrible things that can take everything from you in an instant. Fear keeps you alert. Fear keeps you alive." The momentary sympathy Roberto had felt evaporated, replaced by a renewed sense of dread. What happened next would be burned into Roberto's memory forever. The figure let out a sound that was part laugh, part scream, and began charging toward Vincent with renewed fury. This wasn't the calculated pursuit they had experienced on the road. This was pure, unbridled rage. Vincent raised the tire iron and braced himself for impact. The two figures collided with a sickening thud, and Roberto watched in horror as they grappled in the glare of the headlights. His father was a strong man, hardened by years of physical labor, but their attacker seemed to possess strength born of madness and desperation. They rolled on the ground, each struggling for advantage. Roberto could hear his father grunting with effort, and the other person making those inhuman sounds of rage. The tire iron flew out of Vincent's grasp and clattered across the asphalt, coming to rest just out of reach. Unable to stand by any longer, Roberto threw open the truck door and ran toward the struggle. He grabbed the tire iron and raised it above his head, but hesitated. In the tangle of limbs and bodies, he couldn't tell which figure was which. "Dad!" he screamed. "Dad, where are you?" Vincent managed to break free and roll away from his attacker. "Get back in the truck," he shouted, blood streaming from scratches on his face and arms. But the moment of separation had given Roberto a clear target. Without thinking, he brought the tire iron down hard on their attacker's shoulder. The person let out a howl of pain and fury, spinning toward Roberto with murder in their eyes. Vincent tackled the figure from behind, wrapping his arms around their throat in a chokehold. "Run!" he yelled to Roberto. "Start the truck!" Roberto didn't need to be told twice. He sprinted back to the vehicle and turned the key. The engine turned over sluggishly, coughed, and died. He tried again, his hands shaking so badly he could barely grip the key. On the third try, the engine caught. Roberto threw it into drive and pulled up beside the still struggling figures. Vincent managed to break free once more and dove through the passenger door just as Roberto hit the accelerator. They drove in silence for the next 20 minutes, both too shaken to speak. The sun was beginning to rise on the eastern horizon, painting the desert in shades of gold and orange. Normal colors for a normal world, though nothing would ever feel quite normal again. When they finally reached the main highway, Vincent turned to look at his son. "We don't talk about this to anyone," he said quietly. "Not your mother, not your friends, not the police. Some stories are too dangerous to tell." Roberto nodded, understanding instinctively that his father was right. But as the years passed and the nightmares continued, he began to realize that some stories are too dangerous not to tell. Some experiences demand to be shared, if only to prove to yourself that they really happened. That's why, 7 years later, he was sitting across from me in that diner, finally ready to let someone else carry part of the burden of that terrible night when they encountered a human being who had been stripped of everything that makes us human, leaving behind only pain and rage and an insatiable hunger for company in their suffering. The most horrifying monsters, Roberto told me as we parted ways that evening, are the ones that used to be just like us. The van's engine wheezed like an old man climbing stairs, each gear shift accompanied by a grinding sound that made my teeth ache. I pressed my face against the cool window, watching the endless expanse of desert roll past in the pale moonlight. The cracked vinyl seat beneath me had seen better days, probably decades better, and the stuffing poked through in uncomfortable lumps that dug into my back no matter how I positioned myself. Mom's hands gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, her wedding ring catching the dashboard lights as we hit another pothole. The road stretched ahead like a black ribbon, cutting through the Navajo reservation with surgical precision. No streetlights, no other cars. Just us and the vast emptiness that seemed to swallow our headlight beams. "How much further?" I asked, though I already knew the answer would be vague. "A while yet," Mom replied, her voice tight with concentration. The radio had given up on us an hour ago, dissolving into static that sounded like angry whispers. She'd finally snapped it off in frustration, leaving us with only the sound of wind buffeting the van's sides and the occasional ping of gravel against the undercarriage. The silence stretched between us, heavy and expectant. Outside, the desert landscape looked alien in the moonlight. Twisted shapes of sagebrush casting long shadows, rock formations that resembled sleeping giants, and the occasional glint of something metallic or reflective that vanished as soon as our headlights swept past. I'd made this trip with Mom before, but never this late at night. Usually we'd drive during the day when the desert looked less threatening, when you could see for miles in every direction and feel reasonably sure about what was out there. Now, everything beyond our small bubble of light remained unknown, unknowable. The van hit another rough patch, and I heard something rattle loose in the back. Mom's toolbox, probably, or maybe one of the water jugs we'd brought for emergencies. The sound made me jump, my nerves already frayed from staring into the darkness for too long. "You okay back there?" Mom asked, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Her eyes looked tired, strained from squinting at the road. "Yeah, it's really dark out here." She nodded, understanding. It gets darker before it gets lighter. That's what your grandmother used to say. Her voice softened at the mention of my grandmother, who'd grown up on this reservation, who'd known every mile of these roads before they were paved. The van lurched suddenly as Mom swerved around something in the road, a dead animal maybe, or just debris. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. The darkness seemed to press closer to the windows, as if it were a living thing trying to get in. "Tell me a story," I said suddenly, desperate for distraction. "One of Grandma's stories." Mom was quiet for a moment, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a weight I hadn't expected. "Your Aunt Emma used to love coming out here at night," she began. "Before she got married, before she moved to the city. She and her friends would drive these roads looking for adventure." I settled back in my seat, grateful for anything that would take my mind off the oppressive darkness surrounding us. But something in Mom's tone suggested this wouldn't be the kind of light-hearted story I was hoping for. Mom's fingers drummed against the steering wheel in a nervous rhythm as she seemed to wrestle with whether to continue. The van's headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness ahead, but beyond that cone of light, the world disappeared entirely. No stars were visible through the thick cloud cover, making the night feel enclosed, suffocating. "Mom?" I prompted when the silence stretched too long. She took a deep breath, the kind that suggested she was about to share something she'd rather keep buried. "Your Aunt Emma. She saw things out here, things that don't make sense in the daylight." A chill that had nothing to do with the van's broken air conditioning crept down my arms. "What kind of things?" "The kind your grandmother warned us about." Mom's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "The kind that remind you this land is older than our understanding of it." I leaned forward, straining to hear over the van's labored breathing. Outside, the landscape had grown even more desolate. No houses, no lights, not even fence posts to break up the endless expanse of scrub and stone. "Grandma always said there are places where the membrane between worlds grows thin," Mom continued. "Places where things that shouldn't exist can slip through. Your Aunt Emma found one of those places." The van hit a series of small bumps, and each jolt sent a vibration through my bones. I found myself checking the locks on the doors, though what I thought I was keeping out I couldn't say. This was back when Emma was 22, wild and fearless. She had this group of friends, city kids mostly, who thought the reservation was exotic, mysterious. They'd drive out here on weekends with coolers full of beer and cheap wine, looking for places to party where no adults would bother them. Mom paused to navigate around a particularly nasty pothole. In the brief moment when she took her foot off the gas, the engine's noise died down, and I could hear something else. A low whistling sound that might have been wind, but didn't quite sound natural. "They found this spot," Mom continued once we were back up to speed. "Maybe 15 miles from where we are now. A little valley between two hills, hidden from the main road. Perfect for their purposes. Isolated, private, with flat ground for parking and a natural windbreak." I tried to picture it. Young people laughing and drinking under the stars. Music playing from someone's car stereo. The kind of innocent fun that seemed impossible in the oppressive atmosphere surrounding us now. "They went there 3 weekends in a row without any problems," Mom said. "Emma told me it felt like their secret place, somewhere that belonged to them. But on the 4th weekend, something was different." The van's engine coughed, and for a terrifying moment, I thought we might break down out here in the middle of nowhere. But it caught again, settling back into its labored rhythm. "Different how?" I asked, though part of me already dreaded the answer. Mom's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, meeting mine for just a moment before returning to the road. "Emma said the air felt wrong, heavy, like before a thunderstorm, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The others felt it too." The conversation died down, the laughter got forced. Even the music sounded muffled, like the desert was swallowing the sound. I found myself scanning the darkness outside our windows, looking for any sign of the valley Mom was describing. The thought of our van breaking down near such a place made my stomach clench with anxiety. "They should have left then," Mom said, her voice carrying the weight of hindsight. Should have packed up their things and driven back to town. But they were young, and they'd already opened the bottles, and leaving would have meant admitting they were scared of nothing more than shadows and silence. The van crested a small hill, and for a moment, our headlights swept across a wider vista of desert. In that brief illumination, I saw something that made my breath catch, a cluster of shapes in the distance that might have been buildings or vehicles or something else entirely. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing but darkness. So they stayed, Mom continued, either not noticing my reaction or choosing to ignore it. And that's when Emma's real story begins. Mom slowed the van as we approached a sharp curve, the headlights sweeping across a landscape that seemed to shift and change in the moving light. What had looked like solid ground a moment before now revealed itself to be scattered with deep shadows and unexpected drops. The road itself seemed narrower here, the painted lines faded to almost nothing. Emma's group had this ritual, Mom began, her voice taking on the cadence of a practiced storyteller. Every time they came out here, they'd park in a circle, 5 or 6 cars, headlights pointing inward to create a makeshift dance floor in the middle. Jake would bring his portable stereo, the kind with the big speakers that could blast music loud enough to hear from a mile away. I could picture it. Teenagers and young adults freed from the constraints of town life, music echoing off the desert rocks, the kind of reckless abandon that only comes with youth and darkness, and the illusion of invincibility. But this fourth night, when they tried to arrange the cars, something felt wrong immediately. The ground that had been perfectly level before seemed uneven now, forcing them to park at awkward angles. 2 of the cars couldn't get their headlights to work properly. Jake's kept flickering on and off, and Emma's friend Diana couldn't get hers to turn on at all. The van's engine hiccuped, and Mom pumped the gas pedal gently, coaxing it back to a steady rhythm. They managed to get enough light to set up their usual party spot, but it felt forced, artificial. The music sounded thin in the desert air, swallowed up by the vastness before it could create any real atmosphere. I pressed my face against the side window, trying to see past our own reflection in the glass. The darkness outside seemed to have weight and substance, pressing against the van like deep water. Emma said the first sign of real trouble came when they realized they weren't alone. Mom's voice dropped, and I had to strain to hear her over the engine noise. At first it was just a feeling. You know how sometimes you can sense someone watching you, even when you can't see them? That prickly sensation between your shoulder blades that makes you want to turn around? I knew the feeling well, and had been experiencing it for the past hour as we drove through this empty landscape. The knowledge that I wasn't the only one who'd felt it was somehow both comforting and terrifying. They all felt it at the same time, Mom continued. The conversation stopped mid-sentence. The laughter died away. Even the music seemed to quiet itself, as if the stereo was responding to the same instinct that had silenced the group. She paused to navigate around what looked like a small landslide. Rocks and debris scattered across half the road. Our wheels crunched over the smaller stones, the sound abnormally loud in the confined space of the van. Emma was the first one to say it out loud. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" And immediately, everyone started looking around, peering into the darkness beyond their circle of light. But there was nothing to see, just the same empty desert they'd been partying in for weeks. I found myself doing the same thing, scanning the darkness outside our van for any sign of movement, any shape that didn't belong. The constant motion of sagebrush in the wind created an endless series of false alarms, shadows that seemed to shift and dart just at the edge of perception. That's when they heard the first sound, Mom said. A sharp crack, like someone stepping on a dry branch. It came from somewhere outside their circle of cars, from the darkness they couldn't penetrate. My hands had unconsciously clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. What did they do? "What would you do?" Mom asked, glancing at me in the mirror. They turned up the music, opened another round of drinks, and tried to pretend they hadn't heard anything. Young people that age, they don't want to admit they're scared. Admitting fear means admitting they might not be as grown up and independent as they think they are. The van's headlights suddenly illuminated a road sign, weathered and bullet-holed but still readable. "Entering sacred lands," it read. "Respect this place." Below that, in smaller text that was harder to make out, some areas off limits after dark. But the sounds kept coming, Mom continued, either not seeing the sign or choosing not to comment on it. Not regular, like an animal moving through the brush, random, deliberate, like someone or something was moving in a wide circle around their campsite, taking their time, staying just far enough out that the car headlights couldn't reach them. I realized I'd been holding my breath and forced myself to exhale slowly. The van felt smaller now, more vulnerable, like a tiny island of safety in an ocean of potential threat. Emma tried to convince herself it was just wildlife. Coyotes maybe, or wild dogs drawn by the smell of food. But deep down, she knew it was something else. The sounds were too calculated, too purposeful. Animals move with natural rhythms. This was different. As if summoned by Mom's words, something darted across the road directly in front of us. Mom hit the brakes hard, and we both lurched forward against our seatbelts. In the brief moment when our headlights caught it, I saw a shape that might have been a dog or coyote, but moved with an unsettling, almost human gait. "Did you see that?" I gasped. Mom nodded grimly. "Welcome to Aunt Emma's world," she said, and pressed down on the accelerator again. The van's engine seemed to strain harder as we continued deeper into the reservation. The road here was in worse condition, more cracks, more potholes, and a disturbing tendency to curve back on itself, as if it had been designed by someone who wanted travelers to become disoriented. Every now and then, our headlights would catch a reflective marker or road sign, but the text was often in Navajo, leaving me to wonder what warnings we might be missing. The sounds around Emma's group got bolder, Mom continued, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. What had started as occasional snapping branches became a steady pattern of movement, footsteps maybe, or something dragging across the ground, but still from that same distance, just beyond the reach of their lights. I could feel my heart beating faster, a steady rhythm that seemed to match the van's struggling engine. Outside, the landscape had become even more alien, twisted rock formations that looked almost intentionally sculptured, clusters of dead trees that resembled skeletal hands reaching toward the clouded sky. Jake, he was the one with the stereo, finally got fed up with the whole thing, Mom said. He grabbed one of the big flashlights they'd brought and announced he was going to find out what was making all the noise. "Probably just some mangy coyote," he said. "I'll scare it off and we can get back to having fun." The van hit a particularly bad bump, and I heard something fall over in the back. The sound made me jump. My nerves stretched taut as wire. The others tried to talk him out of it, but Jake was the kind of guy who never backed down from a challenge. 23 years old, played football in high school, thought he was tough enough to handle anything the desert could throw at him. He switched on that big flashlight and walked toward where they'd been hearing the sounds. I found myself leaning forward, caught up in the story despite my growing unease. "What happened to him?" "That's just it," Mom said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. Nothing happened. He walked maybe 50 yards out from their circle of cars, swinging that flashlight back and forth, calling out, "Here, boy," like he was looking for a lost dog. The beam swept across empty desert, nothing but rocks and brush and the occasional piece of trash blown in from the highway. She paused to navigate around what looked like a washout where recent rains had carved a small gully across the asphalt. The van's suspension groaned as we dropped into the depression and climbed out the other side. But Emma said that's when she noticed something that made her skin crawl. The sounds had stopped completely, not gradually, like an animal moving away, instantly. The moment Jake stood up with that flashlight, everything went dead silent. No footsteps, no rustling, no snapping branches. Just Jake's voice echoing off the rocks and coming back hollow and strange. I glanced at the van's clock. We'd been driving for over 3 hours now, and the fuel gauge was starting to worry me. But asking Mom about it seemed like the wrong thing to do while she was deep in Emma's story. Jake came back to the group acting all triumphant, saying he'd scared off whatever it was, but Emma could tell he was rattled. His hands were shaking when he put the flashlight down, and he kept glancing over his shoulder like he expected something to follow him back. The van's headlights suddenly illuminated something ahead that made my stomach lurch. A cluster of abandoned vehicles pulled off to the side of the road. 3 or 4 cars and trucks in various stages of decay, stripped of useful parts and left to rust in the desert air. Some had their hoods up, others sat on bare rims, and one truck was missing its entire front end. "Car graveyard," Mom said, noticing my stare. "People break down out here more often than you'd think. If they can't get a tow truck to come this far out, sometimes they just abandon them." The sight of those dead vehicles made our own van feel even more fragile, more vulnerable. What would happen if our engine finally gave up? How long would we have to wait for help in this desolate place? After Jake's little expedition, Emma's group tried to get back to their party, Mom continued. But the mood was broken, the music sounded forced, the laughter was nervous, and everyone kept glancing toward the darkness beyond their ring of light. They'd finish one drink and immediately open another, trying to blur the edges of their fear. I could understand that impulse. Even sitting safely inside the van with Mom, I found myself wishing I could somehow make the darkness less oppressive, less full of hidden possibilities. That's when they started hearing the new sound, Mom said. Not footsteps this time, but something worse. A scraping noise, like fingernails on metal coming from somewhere above them. Despite myself, I glanced up at the van's ceiling. The metal was dented and stained with age, but it looked solid enough. Still, the thought of something clinging to the roof while we drove made my skin crawl. Emma said it started soft, almost musical, a gentle scratching that could have been branches scraping against one of the cars. But it got louder, more insistent, and definitely more deliberate. Like something was testing the strength of the metal, looking for a way in. The van's engine coughed violently, and for a terrifying moment I thought it might die completely. But it caught itself and resumed its labored rhythm, though it sounded worse than before. "Please tell me they left then," I said, though I suspected the story was far from over. Mom shook her head grimly. "They tried to." Emma was already moving toward her car keys when the scraping sound suddenly multiplied. Instead of one source, now it seemed to come from everywhere. The roofs of all their cars, the hoods, even the ground around their feet. I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. Outside our van, the desert stretched endlessly in all directions, full of shadows and hidden places where anything might be waiting. "And that," Mom said, "is when they realized they were completely surrounded." Our van shuddered as Mom downshifted to climb a steep grade, the engine whining with effort. The road here carved through a narrow canyon, with rock walls rising on both sides and cutting off any view of the horizon. Our headlights bounced off the stone faces, creating a tunnel of light that somehow made the darkness ahead seem even more impenetrable. Emma said the scraping sounds were everywhere now, Mom continued, raising her voice slightly over the engine noise. Not just random scratching, but coordinated, purposeful, like invisible fingers drumming out a rhythm on every surface. The car hoods, the trunks, the windows. Even the ground around their feet seemed to echo with tiny tapping sounds. I pressed my hands against my ears instinctively, trying to block out sounds that existed only in Mom's story. But the van's own noises, the grinding engine, the rattling windows, the occasional ping of debris against the undercarriage, began to take on sinister qualities, as if our vehicle was experiencing its own supernatural assault. The group huddled together in the center of their circle, backs pressed against each other, trying to watch all directions at once, Mom said. But there was nothing to see. The scraping and tapping continued, growing louder and more aggressive, but their flashlights revealed only empty desert. We crested the hill and began descending the other side. The canyon opened up again, revealing a landscape that looked somehow different from what we'd been driving through before. The rocks here were darker, more jagged, and arranged in formations that seemed almost intentional, like ancient monuments or warning markers. That's when Jake made his second mistake, Mom said. He grabbed a tire iron from his trunk and started shouting at the darkness. "Show yourself," he kept yelling. "Whatever you are, come out where we can see you." He swung that tire iron over his head, challenging something he couldn't even identify. The van's headlights swept across a road sign so faded I couldn't read it, but the bullet holes in it were clearly visible. Someone had used it for target practice, leaving it pockmarked with small, dark holes that looked like eyes in the brief moment they were illuminated. Emma tried to calm Jake down, but he was past listening. The fear had transformed into anger, and he was looking for something concrete to fight against. He climbed up on the hood of his car, still waving that tire iron, still shouting challenges at the invisible whatever it was. I found myself imagining the scene. A young man silhouetted against car headlights, brandishing a weapon at empty air while his friends watched in growing terror. It would have been almost comical, if not for the context Mom had built around it. The scraping sound stopped the moment Jake climbed up on his car, Mom said. Complete silence, just like before when he'd walked out with the flashlight. Emma said the quiet was worse than the noise had been. It felt expectant, like the calm before a storm. The van's engine began making a new sound, a rhythmic clicking that seemed to come from directly overhead. I glanced up at the ceiling panels, searching for any sign of damage or loose parts, but saw nothing unusual. Jake stood on that hood for maybe 30 seconds, tire iron raised over his head, shouting into the silence. Then something landed on the roof of Emma's car with a thud that shook the entire vehicle. My heart hammered against my ribs. The clicking sound from our own roof was getting louder, more insistent. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Do you hear that clicking?" She nodded without taking her eyes off the road. "Probably just a loose roof rack. The wind gets under it and makes it flutter." But we didn't have a roof rack. Emma said whatever landed on her car was heavy, Mom continued, either not noticing my distress or choosing to push through with the story. Heavy enough to make the whole vehicle bounce on its springs, and then it started moving. Not walking, but sliding, like something was dragging itself across the metal surface. The clicking from our roof intensified, developing a rhythm that sounded almost like footsteps. I gripped the armrest so tightly, my knuckles went white. The sliding sound moved from the back of Emma's car toward the front, slow and deliberate. Emma was inside, crouched down in the driver's seat, key in the ignition but too terrified to turn it. She said she could feel the car rock slightly with each movement above her. Our van hit a pothole, and the clicking stopped for a moment, then resumed, louder than before. Jake jumped down from his own hood and ran toward Emma's car, tire iron still in hand. But before he could reach it, something else landed on the roof of another vehicle. Then another. Then another. Within seconds, all 6 cars in their circle had something heavy and invisible moving around on their roofs. I couldn't stand it anymore. "Mom, we need to pull over. There's definitely something on our roof." She glanced at me in the rearview mirror, and I saw my own fear reflected in her eyes. "There's nowhere safe to pull over out here," she said. "We keep driving until we reach town." The clicking evolved into a scraping sound, long fingernails dragging across metal. It moved from the center of the roof toward the front of the van, directly above the windshield. Emma finally got her car started, Mom said, her voice tight with strain. But when she tried to drive away, the thing on her roof held on. She could hear it scrambling for purchase as the car accelerated, claws or fingers scraping against the metal. A shadow passed across our windshield, something dark moving between us and the moonlight. I looked up through the glass, but saw nothing except clouds. The others tried to follow Emma, but whatever was on their roofs wasn't letting go easily. Diana's car stalled out completely, and when she finally got it running again, she could hear something pounding on the metal above her head, like it was angry about being jostled. The scraping on our roof moved to the passenger side, then toward the back. I twisted in my seat, trying to follow the sound, but it was impossible to pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. Emma made it maybe half a mile before she realized the thing was still with her, Mom said. The scraping had stopped, but she could feel the extra weight, the way the car handled differently with something heavy clinging to the roof. Our van lurched suddenly as Mom swerved around something in the road. In the brief moment when our headlights swept to the side, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a human figure standing in the desert, perfectly motionless. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there. That's when Emma made the mistake of looking up, Mom said. The scraping on our van's roof had developed a pattern now. 3 long scratches, pause, 3 more scratches, pause. It sounded like someone trying to get our attention, testing our response, seeing how long they could torment us before we cracked. Mom's hands were shaking on the steering wheel, but she kept driving, eyes fixed rigidly ahead. Emma couldn't help herself, Mom continued, her voice barely audible over the engine noise and the horrible scraping above us. She knew she shouldn't look up, knew that seeing whatever was on her roof would make everything worse, but the human mind has limits to what it can ignore. I understood completely. Every instinct screamed at me to crane my neck and peer through the sunroof we didn't have, to try to catch a glimpse of whatever was creating that methodical, deliberate sound above our heads. She tilted her head back while she drove, just a quick glance through the moonroof of her car. At first, she saw nothing, just the dark outline of something pressed against the glass from the outside. But then it moved, shifting its weight, and Emma found herself staring up into a face that wasn't quite human. The scraping on our roof stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was worse than the noise had been, filling the van with a tension so thick I could barely breathe. Emma slammed on her brakes without thinking, Mom said. Pure reflex. The car skidded to a stop in a cloud of dust, and whatever was on the roof lost its grip and went sliding forward across the hood. Our van was climbing another hill now, the engine laboring harder than ever. I could smell something burning, oil, maybe, or overheated metal. The dashboard lights flickered ominously. For just a moment the thing was visible in her headlights as it tumbled off the front of the car. Emma got a clear look at what had been stalking their group, and she told me later that she wished she'd kept her eyes on the road. I held my breath, waiting for the description, dreading it. It looked like a person at first glance, Mom said slowly. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head in roughly the right place. But something was wrong with the proportions. The limbs too long, the torso too narrow, the head tilted at an angle that suggested the neck was broken or twisted. The burning smell was getting stronger. Steam began rising from under our hood, visible in the headlight beams. And the skin, Mom continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. Emma said it looked like leather that had been left in the sun too long, dark, cracked, hanging loose in some places and stretched tight in others. But the worst part was the eyes, too large, too bright, reflecting the headlights like an animal's but with an intelligence behind them that was purely human. Our engine made a sound like a dying animal and began losing power. We were near the top of the hill, but the van was slowing despite Mom's attempts to coax more speed from it. The thing rolled to its feet with impossible grace, Mom said, even as our own situation became increasingly desperate. Not like someone who'd just fallen off a moving car, but like someone who'd planned the whole thing. It stood in Emma's headlight beams for maybe 5 seconds, staring directly at her through the windshield, and Emma said she could see it thinking, calculating, deciding what to do next. The van's engine died completely just as we reached the crest of the hill. We coasted forward for a few more yards before Mom guided us to the side of the road, our headlights pointing down into a valley that seemed to stretch forever into the darkness. Mom, I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. The engine's dead. She turned the key, and the starter made a grinding sound but wouldn't catch. I know, honey. I know. The silence that followed was absolute. No engine noise, no radio static, no wind. Even the scraping on the roof had stopped. We sat in our powerless van at the top of a hill in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by darkness that seemed to press against the windows like deep water. What happened to Emma? I whispered. The thing started walking toward her car, Mom said, her voice barely audible. Not running, not hurrying, just walking with that same calculated grace. Emma panicked and threw her car in reverse, backing away as fast as she could without using her lights. She turned the key again. This time the engine coughed and caught, running rough but running. The headlights flickered back to life, revealing the empty road ahead. But when she looked in her rearview mirror, Mom continued as we began rolling down the hill, she saw that the others hadn't been so lucky. Through our windshield, the desert valley spread out below us like a dark ocean. And scattered across that emptiness, barely visible in the distance, were lights. Not house lights or street lamps, but the erratic flickering of car headlights, as if several vehicles were driving in chaotic patterns with no apparent destination. Emma could see her friends' cars in the distance behind her, headlights weaving back and forth across the desert like they were trying to escape from something. But whatever had been on the roofs wasn't giving up easily. The lights in the valley seemed to be getting closer, or maybe we were just descending toward them. Either way, I could now make out individual beams sweeping across the landscape in frantic, desperate patterns. Diana's car was spinning in circles like she couldn't control the steering, The headlights would sweep across the desert, illuminate something Emma couldn't quite make out, then jerk away as if Diana was trying to avoid looking at whatever was out there. Our van was picking up speed as we descended, and Mom had to brake to keep us under control. The engine was running smoother now, but the burning smell hadn't gone away. Jake's truck was racing straight toward the highway, but Emma could see something dark clinging to his roof, something that shifted and moved as the vehicle bounced over the rough terrain. The lights in the valley were definitely getting closer now. I could see at least 6 separate sets of headlights, all moving in erratic patterns that suggested their drivers were either drunk, terrified, or no longer in complete control of their vehicles. That's when Emma realized she had to make a choice, Mom said. Try to help her friends and risk whatever had been hunting them, or save herself and live with the guilt. We reached the bottom of the hill, and I could see that the valley was much larger than it had appeared from above. The scattered headlights were still miles away, but they seemed to be converging on our location, drawn by our own lights like moths to a flame. What did she choose? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. She chose to survive, Mom said simply. And she spent the last 15 years wondering if she made the right decision. The valley floor was rougher than the hill roads had been, with patches of deep sand that made the van's wheels spin and fishtail. Mom fought to maintain control as we navigated between scattered boulders and the occasional deep wash carved by flash floods. The engine was running hot, steam still rising from under the hood, but it was running. Emma drove for her life, Mom continued, her voice tight with concentration as she steered around a particularly treacherous patch of loose rock. No headlights, navigating by moonlight alone, trying to put as much distance as possible between herself and whatever had been stalking their group. The lights behind us were definitely getting closer now. What had seemed like random movement from a distance now revealed itself to be a coordinated pursuit. The scattered headlight beams were converging on our position, moving faster than any normal vehicle should be able to travel across this terrain. She made it maybe 5 miles before her car broke down, Mom said. Overheated engine, just like ours is doing now. She coasted to a stop in the middle of nowhere, no lights, no engine, nothing but the sound of her own heartbeat and the wind whistling through the rocks. I could relate to that feeling all too well. Our own engine was making increasingly alarming noises, and the temperature gauge had climbed into the red zone. We were maybe 10 minutes away from being stranded ourselves. Emma sat in that dead car for what felt like hours, listening for any sign of pursuit, Mom continued. No engine sounds, no voices, nothing but the normal night sounds of the desert. She started to think she might have escaped, that whatever had been hunting them couldn't follow her this far. The pursuing lights had spread out now, forming a wide net that seemed designed to prevent escape. They were still several miles back, but closing the distance steadily. I could see now that there were more than 6 sets of headlights, maybe a dozen or more, all moving in perfect coordination. That's when she heard the scratching on her roof again, Mom said. Soft at first, like fingernails gently testing the strength of the metal. Then harder, more insistent, as if whatever was up there was trying to claw its way inside. Our van lurched as we hit a deep pothole, and something fell over in the back with a crash. The sound made me jump, my nerves stretched to the breaking point. Emma tried to restart her car, but the engine was completely dead. She was trapped in a metal box with something on the roof that was getting more aggressive by the minute. The scratching became pounding, then scraping, then a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard as whatever it was tried to find a way in. The pursuing lights had gained significant ground while Mom was talking. They were maybe 3 miles back now, close enough that I could see they weren't moving like normal vehicles at all. They seemed to drift and weave across the landscape without regard for terrain, maintaining perfect formation even as they navigated around obstacles that should have forced them to spread out. Emma made the decision to run, Mom said. She grabbed her keys, took a deep breath, and threw open the car door. The thing on the roof immediately scrambled to the edge, trying to see where she'd gone, and Emma got her first clear look at what had been hunting them. Our engine coughed violently and began losing power again. Mom pumped the gas pedal, but we were definitely slowing down. It was human-shaped but wrong in every detail, Mom continued, even as our situation became increasingly desperate. Too tall, too thin, with joints that bent in directions that should have been impossible. Its skin looked like old leather, cracked and weathered, and its eyes reflected light like an animal's. But the most disturbing thing was its intelligence. Emma could see it thinking, planning, adapting its strategy to her actions. We were down to maybe 15 miles per hour now, crawling across the desert floor, while the lights behind us closed in rapidly. They were close enough now that I could see they cast no beams, just floating points of illumination that revealed nothing about what was carrying them. Emma ran, Mom said simply. No plan, no destination, just pure terror driving her across the desert on foot. She could hear the thing following her, not running but moving with that same disturbing grace she'd seen when it rolled off her car. Our engine died completely, and this time it didn't restart when Mom turned the key. We coasted to a stop in the middle of the valley, surrounded by darkness that seemed to have weight and substance. "What happened to her?" I whispered. "She ran until her lungs gave out, then hid behind a boulder and waited for dawn," Mom said. "When the sun came up, she was alone. No sign of the thing that had been chasing her, no sign of her car, no sign of her friends. She walked 15 miles to the nearest road and hitchhiked back to town. The pursuing lights had formed a circle around us, maybe half a mile out in all directions. They hung motionless in the darkness like predatory eyes, waiting. "Did she ever find out what happened to the others?" I asked. 3 of the cars were found a week later," Mom said quietly. "Empty, abandoned in different locations across the reservation. No sign of the people who'd been driving them. Jake's truck was never found at all." The circle of lights began moving closer, tightening around our disabled van like a noose. I could see now that there were dozens of them, far more than could be accounted for by Emma's missing friends. "Mom," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "I think we're in Emma's valley." She nodded grimly and reached for the door handle. "Then we better start running." The desert air hit my lungs like ice water when I stepped out of the van. Without the buffer of metal and glass, the silence was absolute. No insects, no wind. Not even the distant hum of traffic from an unseen highway. Just the sound of my own breathing and the rapid beating of my heart. Mom came around from the driver's side, moving with the careful, deliberate steps of someone trying not to attract attention. The circle of lights had stopped advancing, but they remained motionless around us, a perfect ring of unblinking surveillance that stretched as far as I could see in every direction. "Stay close to me," Mom whispered, her voice barely audible in the oppressive quiet. "Don't run unless I tell you to run. And if I tell you to run, don't look back." We began walking away from the van, heading toward what I hoped was the direction of the main road. The desert floor was treacherous in the darkness, loose rocks, hidden depressions, and thorny vegetation that caught at our clothes and scratched exposed skin. Every step felt like a gamble, and I found myself placing my feet with exaggerated care to avoid making any sound. "Emma told me the hardest part wasn't the running," Mom whispered as we picked our way across the landscape. "It wasn't even being chased by something that shouldn't exist. The hardest part was the waiting afterward, the not knowing what had happened to her friends." Behind us, I heard the van's doors creak open and slam shut in sequence, as if someone was systematically checking each one. But when I glanced back, I saw only our abandoned vehicle sitting alone in the darkness, surrounded by that ring of motionless lights. "She went back during the day," Mom continued, helping me navigate around a cluster of barrel cacti. "Drove out to where they'd been camping looking for some sign of what had happened. But there was nothing. No tire tracks, no footprints, no evidence that 6 cars and a dozen people had ever been there. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when I realized the lights were moving again, not toward us but maintaining their relative positions as we traveled, like a pack of wolves shadowing prey from a safe distance. The knowledge that we were being followed, herded maybe, made my skin crawl. The authorities weren't interested in her story, Mom said, her breathing becoming more labored as we climbed over a low ridge. Missing persons reports were filed, but no one believed Emma's account of what had happened. Too fantastic, too unbelievable. They figured it was a drug deal gone wrong, or kids playing pranks that got out of hand. At the top of the ridge, we paused to rest and get our bearings. The main road was visible in the distance, a black ribbon marked by the occasional passing headlight. It looked impossibly far away, but it was our only hope of reaching civilization. Emma spent years trying to find them, Mom continued as we began descending the other side of the ridge. She hired private investigators, searched through missing persons databases, even consulted with traditional healers who might understand what they'd encountered, but it was like her friends had simply ceased to exist. One of the lights broke from the circle and began moving directly toward us, closing the distance with unnatural speed. Mom grabbed my hand and pulled me behind a large boulder, pressing us both against the stone and motioning for silence. The thing that Emma found hardest to accept, Mom whispered directly into my ear, was that she'd abandoned them. Even though there was nothing she could have done, even though staying would have meant joining them in whatever fate they'd met, she couldn't forgive herself for choosing survival over loyalty. The light passed maybe 20 feet from our hiding place, casting no beam and revealing nothing about what carried it. But in the brief moment when it was closest, I felt a presence, something aware and malevolent that radiated hunger and patience in equal measure. When it had moved past, we emerged from behind the boulder and continued toward the road. The other lights had resumed their distant observation, maintaining their loose circle but allowing us to progress toward the highway. Emma never married, Mom said as we walked, never had children, never formed close relationships with anyone. She told me once that she was afraid of caring about people too much, afraid that her presence might put them in danger. We reached the base of another hill, and I could see that the road was closer now, maybe 2 more miles of rough terrain. But I could also see that the circle of lights had tightened around us again, and new ones were appearing from beyond the original perimeter. She moved to the city, got a job in an office, lived a quiet life that attracted no attention, Mom continued as we began climbing again. But she never stopped watching over her shoulder, never stopped listening for scratching sounds on her roof, never stopped wondering when they would come for her. At the top of this hill, we could see the road clearly. There was even some traffic. The red taillights of a truck disappearing into the distance, the approaching headlights of what might have been a police patrol. Safety was within reach, but the lights behind us had formed a solid wall now, and they were advancing. Not quickly, but with inexorable purpose, driving us toward the road like sheep toward a pen. Emma died 3 years ago, Mom said suddenly, the words hitting me like a physical blow. Heart attack in her sleep, the doctor said, but I always wondered if she'd finally stopped running, stopped looking over her shoulder, and they'd finally caught up with her. We half ran, half stumbled down the final slope toward the highway. The advancing lights were maybe 100 yards behind us now, close enough that I could sense the malevolent intelligence guiding them. Whatever they were, they wanted us to reach the road, wanted us to carry our terror back to the world of normal people. My feet hit asphalt just as a pair of headlights crested the hill ahead of us. Mom stepped into the road, waving her arms frantically, and the vehicle, a highway patrol car, slowed and pulled over. The officer who emerged was young, professional, concerned about 2 people wandering around in the desert in the middle of the night. "Car trouble?" he asked, playing his flashlight over our faces. "Engine overheated," Mom said, her voice remarkably steady given what we'd just experienced. We had to abandon it back there and walk out. I looked back toward the valley where we'd left the van. The lights were gone, vanished as completely as if they'd never existed. In the distance, I could just make out the faint glow of our vehicle's emergency flashers right where we'd left it. "I'll call for a tow truck," the officer said. "You can wait in the patrol car where it's safe." Safe. The word felt foreign, almost meaningless after what we'd experienced. As we climbed into the back seat of the police car, I realized that Emma's story had become our story, that we'd joined her in the ranks of people who'd seen something that shouldn't exist and would spend the rest of our lives wondering when it might come back. The tow truck arrived 30 minutes later, and we followed it back to where we'd abandoned the van. The engine started on the first try, as if nothing had ever been wrong with it. The mechanic who looked under the hood found no signs of overheating, no explanation for why we'd broken down. We drove home in silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. Mom never finished Emma's story, never explained how her aunt had really died or what she'd been running from all those years. Some stories, I realized, don't have endings. They just pause, waiting for the next person to stumble into them. Even now, 15 years later, I find myself checking the locks on my doors at night, listening for scratching sounds on the roof, wondering if the lights in the valley are still there. waiting patiently for their next visitors. Emma's story became part of me that night, a shadow that follows me wherever I go. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone on dark roads far from civilization, I catch glimpses in my rearview mirror of lights that move too smoothly across the landscape, maintaining impossible formations as they track my progress. I tell myself they're just other cars, coincidental traffic patterns, tricks of tired eyes, and an overactive imagination. But I never stop to find out for sure. Because some stories are better left unfinished, and some truths are too dangerous to pursue. Emma learned that lesson 30 years ago, and I learned it from her. The desert keeps its secrets, and sometimes the wisest thing you can do is keep driving and never look back. Deep woods of the Meskwaki Reservation, where the canopy grows so thick that noon feels like dusk, those ghosts whisper through pine needles and scrape against bark with fingernails made of wind. I should have listened to them that summer of 2015. I should have turned back when the forest first went quiet. My name is Marcus, and I've spent most of my 32 years chasing the wild places that civilization forgot. There's something about untouched wilderness that calls to people like me. Something primal and honest that you can't find in the manicured parks where families spread their picnic blankets. Real wilderness doesn't care if you live or die. It doesn't pretend to be safe. That honesty had always appealed to me, until the day I learned that some honest things are better left alone. I'd been friends with Joseph Whitecrow since college, where we'd bonded over our shared love of backcountry hiking and primitive camping. Joe was Meskwaki, what outsiders sometimes call Fox Tribe, and he'd grown up on the settlement in central Iowa. Unlike most tribal lands, theirs was never officially a reservation. His ancestors had bought the land back in the 1850s, making it sovereign territory that belonged entirely to his people. That distinction mattered more than I understood at the time. Joe had been inviting me to explore his family's land for years, but work and life kept getting in the way. When I finally took him up on the offer that July, I thought I was getting a special privilege. Access to thousands of acres that most outsiders would never see. The settlement covered nearly 4,000 acres of rolling hills, dense forest, and winding creeks. Much of it remained untouched because, as Joe explained, his people preferred to leave certain areas undisturbed. There are places we just don't go, he'd told me as we loaded our packs that first morning, not because they're dangerous in any way you'd understand, but because some ground is meant to stay sacred. I'd nodded and agreed, the way you do when someone shares their cultural beliefs. I respected Joe's traditions, even if I didn't fully grasp their significance. Looking back, I realized that my casual acceptance revealed exactly the kind of ignorance that can get you killed in places where old knowledge still matters. Joe's Uncle David had joined us for that first expedition. David was in his 50s, a man who moved through the forest like he'd been born there. He spoke in a mixture of English and Meskwaki, often translating concepts that didn't exist in one language or the other. While Joe had grown up partially in both worlds, David was firmly rooted in the old ways. He carried tobacco in a beaded pouch and offered prayers before we entered certain areas of the woods. The land remembers everything, David had explained as we paused at the edge of a particularly dense section of forest. Every step, every intention, every transgression. Some memories run deeper than others. That first trip had been incredible. We'd seen more wildlife in 3 days than I typically encountered in a month of regular hiking. Black bears ambled through clearings with their cubs, seemingly unconcerned by our presence. Deer grazed within yards of our camp, lifting their heads to regard us with curious rather than fearful eyes. At night, the symphony of owls, coyotes, and smaller nocturnal creatures created a soundscape that felt ancient and alive. The forest felt different here than in state parks or national forests. There was a weight to it, a presence that seemed to watch from behind every tree. Not malevolent exactly, but certainly aware. David noticed me noticing. "You feel it," he said on our second night, as we sat around a small fire. "The land is alive here in ways it isn't in other places. Your people," he gestured vaguely toward me, "they tend to think of wilderness as empty space waiting to be filled. We know it's already full. I'd wanted to ask what it was full of, but something in David's expression suggested that question might not be welcome. Instead, I'd listened to the night sounds and tried to identify what made this place feel so different from every other forest I'd explored. By the third day, I was completely hooked. When Joe suggested we plan a longer expedition to explore some of the more remote areas, I jumped at the chance. We started planning immediately, poring over topographical maps and discussing routes that would take us deeper into the heart of the settlement than either of us had ever been. There are areas even I haven't seen, Joe admitted as we traced potential paths with our fingers. Family has stories about places back in the deepest parts, but most of us stick to the areas closer to the settlement proper. What kind of stories? I asked. Joe glanced toward his uncle, who was preparing tobacco for an evening prayer. Old stories, the kind that are hard to explain to outsiders. David looked up from his preparations. Stories about why certain boundaries exist, why some paths should not be followed. I felt a small chill despite the warm evening air. Are we talking about dangerous terrain? Unstable ground? Not that kind of danger, David said. He was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing his words. There are places where the old spirits still walk, places where the veil between worlds is thin. Our grandparents knew to avoid these areas, but that knowledge, it doesn't always pass down the way it should. He stood and walked to the edge of our campsite, offering his tobacco to the four directions while speaking in Meskwaki. When he returned, his expression was serious. If you truly want to explore the deep places, you need to understand that you'll be entering areas where different rules apply. Our rules. You'll need to listen when we tell you to do something, even if it doesn't make sense to you. I nodded, though I wasn't entirely sure what I was agreeing to. The rational part of my mind dismissed talk of spirits and thin veils as cultural mythology, interesting from an anthropological perspective, but not something I needed to worry about practically. The deeper part of me, the part that had felt the forest watching, wasn't quite so sure. We spent the rest of that evening planning our route for what would be a 4-day expedition into the most remote section of the settlement. Joe's map showed an area of unbroken forest that stretched for miles, crossed by several creeks, and dotted with small clearings. No trails were marked in that section. We'd be navigating by compass and topographical features alone. It'll be true wilderness travel, Joe said with excitement, the kind of exploration you can't do anywhere else anymore. As we packed our gear the next morning, David pulled me aside. His expression was more serious than I'd seen it. The deep woods are not like the places you've hiked before, he said quietly. If something feels wrong, if the forest goes quiet when it shouldn't, if you hear voices calling from places where no one should be, you listen to that feeling. And you listen to us. I assured him I would, though I wondered what exactly he thought we might encounter. Bears were the only real danger I could imagine, and I'd been in bear country plenty of times before. David studied my face for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I hope your confidence is enough, he said. But confidence without wisdom can be dangerous in places where the old stories are still true. As we shouldered our packs and headed toward the deeper forest, I felt that familiar excitement that comes with exploring truly unknown territory. I had no way of knowing that within days I'd understand exactly what David had been trying to warn me about, or that the old stories he'd mentioned would prove to be far more than mere cultural mythology. The ghosts of summer were waiting for us in those deep woods, and they were hungry for something I wasn't prepared to give. The morning we set out for the remote areas dawned clear and hot, with the kind of humid stillness that makes your shirt stick to your back before you've walked 100 yards. Joe had recruited his cousin Robert to join us, a quiet man in his late 20s who worked as a wildlife biologist for the tribal government. Robert knew the outer boundaries of the settlement's wilderness areas better than anyone, which would be crucial for navigation in a region with no established trails. Most people think wilderness navigation is about following your compass, Robert explained as we checked our gear one final time. But real navigation is about reading the land itself. Every ridge, every creek bend, every change in vegetation tells a story about where you are and where you're going. We started our hike on one of the settlement's few maintained trails. a path that wound through mixed hardwood forest before gradually transitioning to the deeper pine and oak woods that dominated the remote areas. The transition was subtle but noticeable. The undergrowth became denser, the trees larger and more closely spaced, and the quality of light filtering through the canopy took on a green-gold tint that spoke of true old growth. For the first few hours, the hiking was pleasant, if challenging. We crossed several creeks on fallen logs or by boulder hopping, each crossing taking us further from any possibility of outside contact. Robert pointed out subtle signs of wildlife, scratches on trees where bears had marked territory, patches of disturbed earth where wild turkeys had been scratching for insects, the remains of a deer kill that had been cleaned by scavengers weeks earlier. The ecosystem here is intact in ways you don't find in most places, he explained as we paused for water beside a particularly clear creek. When the boundaries are respected, when the balance is maintained, everything thrives. I was about to ask what he meant by boundaries when Joe held up a hand for silence. We all froze, listening. In the distance, we could hear the crash of something large moving through the underbrush, probably a deer startled by our presence, though it was impossible to be sure. Black bear, maybe, Robert said quietly. They're active during the day when it's this hot, looking for water. We waited several minutes before continuing, giving whatever it was time to move away from our intended route. As we hiked, I noticed that both Joe and Robert seemed more alert than they had been earlier in the day. They paused frequently to listen and occasionally exchanged words in Meskwaki that they didn't translate for my benefit. By late afternoon, we'd covered nearly 8 miles and were well into the heart of the remote area. The forest here felt different from anything I'd experienced before. The trees were massive, white oaks and black walnuts that must have been growing for centuries. The understory was relatively open, creating cathedral-like spaces between the enormous trunks. Most striking was the silence. Not the absence of sound exactly, but a quality of quietness that seemed to muffle even our footsteps and breathing. "We'll make camp up ahead," Joe said, pointing toward a small clearing visible through the trees. "There's a good water source, and the ground is level." As we approached the clearing, Robert suddenly stopped and held up his hand again. This time his expression was different, not just alert, but concerned. "What is it?" I whispered. He didn't answer immediately, instead turning his head slowly as if trying to locate the source of something only he could perceive. Finally, he spoke in Meskwaki to Joe, who responded with what sounded like a question. They had a brief, hushed conversation before Joe turned to me. "Robert says the forest feels heavy here, more than it should." "Heavy how?" Robert answered directly this time. "Like there's a presence watching. Like we're not alone in the way we should be alone." I looked around the clearing, which appeared completely normal to me. The early evening light slanted through the trees in golden shafts, illuminating a space that would make a perfect campsite. A small creek babbled along one edge, and the ground was carpeted with soft pine needles. If anything, it looked inviting. "Maybe we should camp somewhere else," Joe suggested, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Robert shook his head. "No, this is the right place according to our route, and running from feelings isn't always the answer. But we need to be respectful, careful." We set up camp with more ritual than I was used to. Robert offered tobacco at each corner of our campsite while speaking in Meskwaki. Joe explained that he was asking permission to stay, letting any spirits in the area know that we came with good intentions and would leave no trace of our presence. "Your ancestors probably did something similar," Joe said as we watched Robert complete his circuit. "Most indigenous cultures understand that camping isn't just about finding good ground. It's about entering into relationship with the place." As darkness fell, the strange quality of silence I'd noticed earlier became more pronounced. Normally, a forest at night is full of sounds. Owls calling, small animals rustling through the underbrush, the distant yip of coyotes. Here, those sounds felt muted, as if they were coming from very far away or through some kind of barrier. "Is it always this quiet here?" I asked as we sat around our small fire. Joe and Robert exchanged another look. "No," Robert said simply. "Usually there's more life. more sound. What do you think it means? Could be a lot of things, Joe said, but his tone suggested he suspected something specific. Weather changes can affect animal behavior. So can the presence of predators. Or other things, Robert added quietly. We turned in early, each of us retreating to our own thoughts along with our sleeping bags. I lay awake for a long time, listening to the strange quiet and trying to identify what exactly felt wrong about it. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke sometime in the small hours of the morning to absolute silence. Not the muffled quiet of earlier, but a complete absence of sound that felt unnatural and oppressive. I lay still, straining to hear something, anything that would indicate the normal life of a forest at night. Nothing. After several minutes, I heard movement from one of the other sleeping bags. Joe's voice came as a barely audible whisper. You awake? Yeah. Something's wrong. Robert's been up for an hour. Says he can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. I unzipped my bag as quietly as possible and crawled toward where Robert was sitting at the edge of our camp, staring into the darkness beyond our dying fire. How long has it been this quiet? I whispered. About 2 hours, he replied without taking his eyes off the tree line. It's like every living thing for miles just stopped existing. We sat in silence for several more minutes before Joe joined us. None of us spoke for what felt like a very long time. Finally, Robert stood and began gathering his things. We need to move camp, he said quietly. This isn't normal, and it's not safe. It's the middle of the night, I protested. How can we navigate in the dark? Better than staying here, Joe said, already rolling up his sleeping bag. Robert knows what he's talking about. It took us less than 30 minutes to break camp and shoulder our packs. Robert led us by moonlight through the forest, moving with a confidence that amazed me given the difficult terrain and lack of visibility. We walked for nearly 2 hours before he finally called a halt in another small clearing, this one bisected by a larger creek. Here, he said simply, this feels right. As if to confirm his assessment, the normal sounds of a forest at night gradually began to return as we set up our second camp. Owls called from the darkness, something small rustled through the undergrowth nearby, and the creek provided a constant reassuring murmur of moving water. What was that about? I asked once we were settled again. Robert was quiet for a long moment. There are places in these woods where the old spirits still walk, he said finally. Places where the boundary between worlds is thin. Most of the time they don't pay attention to people passing through. But sometimes what? Sometimes they do pay attention. And when that happens, it's better to be somewhere else. I wanted to ask more questions, but something in Robert's tone suggested the conversation was over. As I settled back into my sleeping bag, I found myself wondering what exactly we'd encountered back in that first clearing, and whether it was still watching us from the darkness. The forest around our new camp remained alive with sound throughout the rest of the night, and I eventually managed to fall back asleep. But my dreams were filled with the memory of that absolute silence and the feeling that something vast and hungry had been considering us from the darkness just beyond our fire's light. When morning came, I was almost surprised to find that the world looked normal again. Dawn broke gray and humid, with low clouds that seemed to press down on the forest canopy like a wool blanket. We'd all slept poorly after our midnight relocation, and breakfast was a subdued affair of instant coffee and energy bars eaten without much conversation. The events of the previous night felt surreal in daylight, easy to rationalize as overreaction to unfamiliar surroundings. So, what's the plan for today? I asked as we studied Robert's topographical maps. There's an area about 5 miles northeast that none of us have ever explored, Joe said, pointing to a section of the map marked only with elevation lines and creek beds. Family stories suggest it's been untouched for generations. Robert nodded, though I noticed he seemed less enthusiastic than he had been the day before. It's rough terrain, dense forest, several steep ravines, but if we want to see true wilderness, that's where we'll find it. We broke camp and began hiking toward the unknown region around 9 in the morning. The route Robert chose led us along a series of ridge lines that offered occasional glimpses of the vast forest stretching in all directions. From those vantage points, the settlement looked like an unbroken sea of green, with no visible signs of human presence except for our own small forms moving through the landscape. The terrain grew more challenging as we progressed. We traversed steep hillsides where loose shale threatened to send us sliding into ravines, and crossed creeks that required careful negotiation of slippery rocks and fallen logs. The forest canopy became so dense that even at midday we were hiking in perpetual twilight. Around noon, we stopped for lunch beside a creek that cut through a particularly dramatic ravine. The water had carved a channel 15 feet deep through limestone bedrock, creating pools that reflected the filtered light like dark mirrors. "This is incredible," I said, genuinely awed by the primitive beauty of the place. "It feels like we've gone back in time." "In some ways we have," Robert replied. "This area looks much the same as it did when my great-great-grandfather was young, before roads, before towns, before most of the changes that shaped the rest of the country." Joe was studying his compass and map, trying to pinpoint our exact location. "According to this, we're about 2 miles from the area marked on the old survey maps as traditional boundary. Nobody's recorded what's beyond that line." "Traditional boundary of what?" I asked. Robert and Joe exchanged one of their looks again. It was Joe who answered. "Boundary of where our people traditionally hunted and gathered. Beyond that line, the land was considered set aside." "Set aside for what?" "For things that needed to be left alone," Robert said quietly. After lunch, we continued northeast, following deer trails when we could find them and bushwhacking when we couldn't. The forest grew even denser, and I noticed that the variety of wildlife sounds I'd grown accustomed to over the past 2 days was gradually diminishing. Not disappearing entirely, but becoming more sparse and distant. Around 3 in the afternoon, we crested a ridge and found ourselves looking down into a valley unlike anything we'd seen so far. The forest there was dominated by enormous white pines, their trunks so massive that it would have taken 4 people holding hands to encircle them. Between the trees, the undergrowth was surprisingly sparse, creating an almost park-like setting that stretched as far as we could see. "Now that's something," Joe breathed. We made our way down into the valley, drawn by the cathedral-like quality of the ancient pine forest. Walking among those giants felt like entering a natural temple, with shafts of golden light penetrating the canopy like stained glass windows. The silence here was different from what we'd experienced the night before, not oppressive, but profound and peaceful. "These trees have to be 300 years old," Robert said in a hushed voice, "maybe older." I was running my hand along the deeply grooved bark of one massive pine when Robert suddenly stopped walking. His head was cocked to one side, listening intently. "What is it?" Joe asked. "You don't hear that?" We all stood motionless, straining to detect whatever Robert had noticed. For several seconds I heard nothing except the whisper of wind through pine needles high above. Then, faintly, I caught it, a sound that might have been a voice calling from somewhere deeper in the forest. "Someone else is out here," I said. Robert shook his head slowly. "No, that's not human." The calling came again, clearer this time. It was definitely a voice, and it seemed to be calling my name. "Marcus! Marcus, come here!" I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "How does it know my name?" Joe grabbed my arm as I started to take a step toward the sound. Don't respond, and don't go toward it." "But someone's calling for me. Maybe they need help." "Marcus." Robert's voice was sharp with urgency. "Listen to the voice, really listen. Does it sound right to you?" The calling came a third time, and now I could hear what Robert meant. The voice was using my name, but there was something wrong with it, a quality that was almost but not quite human. It sounded like someone doing an imperfect imitation of a person calling for help. "We need to leave," Joe said firmly. "Now. But now." The urgency in his voice cut through my confusion. We turned and began walking quickly back the way we'd come, but we'd only gone a few dozen yards when the calling started again. This time, it seemed to be coming from a different direction, and the voice had changed subtly. It now sounded like Joe. "Marcus, Robert, where are you going? Come back!" I looked at Joe, who was walking right beside me. His mouth was closed and his face had gone pale. "It's mimicking you," I said. "We need to move faster," Robert said. "And whatever happens, nobody responds to anything we hear. Not your name, not calls for help, nothing." We increased our pace, but the forest around us seemed to be growing thicker and more confusing. Paths I was sure we'd followed on the way in had vanished, and landmarks I thought I remembered looked different or were nowhere to be found. Worse, the voice kept following us, sometimes calling my name, sometimes Joe's, sometimes Robert's. It had mastered each of our voices perfectly, and it seemed to be coming from multiple directions at once. "This way," Robert said, pointing toward what looked like a game trail leading up the ridge. "We need to get to higher ground." As we climbed, the voices became more frequent and more urgent. They called for help, claimed to be lost, begged us not to leave them behind. The perfect mimicry was bad enough, but what made it truly horrifying was the undertone of hunger in each call, as if whatever was making these sounds was barely containing its excitement at the prospect of luring us closer. We'd been climbing for perhaps 20 minutes when the forest around us suddenly went completely silent. Not the muffled quiet we'd experienced before, but the absolute silence of a place where nothing lived and nothing moved. Even our own footsteps seemed to make no sound. "Jesus," I whispered, then immediately regretted speaking when the silence swallowed my words without even an echo. In that profound quiet, we heard something that made all of us freeze in terror. It was the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, not the normal crashings of a deer or bear, but the deliberate, measured movement of something that was trying to be quiet but was too large to succeed completely. And it was getting closer. Robert signaled for us to move, and we began what could only be described as a controlled retreat up the ridge. The sounds of pursuit followed us, always just beyond the range of visibility, always just quiet enough that we couldn't be sure exactly what we were hearing. When we finally crested the ridge, I looked back into the valley of ancient pines and saw something that I still have trouble believing. There was a figure standing among the trees, tall and thin and somehow wrong in proportions that hurt to look at directly. It was too far away to make out details, but close enough that I could see it watching us with what seemed like infinite patience. "Don't look at it," Robert said sharply. "Keep moving." We descended the far side of the ridge at a pace that bordered on recklessness, sliding down loose scree and jumping over obstacles that should have required careful navigation. Behind us, the call started again. Our own voices, begging us to come back, to not leave whatever was calling alone in the forest. It wasn't until we'd put several miles between ourselves and that valley that the normal sounds of the forest began to return. When they did, we finally allowed ourselves to slow down and catch our breath. "What the hell was that?" I gasped. Robert was silent for a long moment, his hands shaking slightly as he checked our position on the map. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "That was why some boundaries exist, why some places are meant to be left alone." As we made camp that night, miles from the Valley of Ancient Pines, I found myself listening constantly for the sound of my own voice calling from the darkness beyond our fire. But the only voices I heard were the real ones of my companions, and for the first time in my life, I understood the difference between those two things with perfect, terrifying clarity. We broke camp before dawn, moving through the gray pre-light with the kind of urgency that comes from spending a night listening for sounds that shouldn't exist. None of us had slept well, and our hushed conversation over instant coffee revealed that we'd all heard things in the darkness. Distant calls, the sound of footsteps circling our camp, whispers that might have been wind, but felt far too much like voices. "We need to head south," Robert said, studying his compass and topographical map. "Get back toward the settlement proper." "Agreed," Joe said immediately. "We've seen enough of the deep country." I wanted to argue. Part of me was still curious about what we'd encountered, still trying to rationalize it as some kind of natural phenomenon. But the memory of that figure in the valley and the perfect mimicry of our voices made my stomach clench with a fear I'd never experienced before. Whatever was back there, I had no desire to meet it again. We'd been hiking south for about 2 hours when Robert suddenly stopped and held up his hand for silence. We'd been walking along a ridgeline that offered good visibility, and from our position we could see for miles in most directions. "What is it?" Joe whispered. Robert pointed toward a section of forest below us and to the east. At first I didn't see anything unusual, just trees and undergrowth that looked the same as everything else we'd been walking through. Then Robert handed me his binoculars and I saw what had caught his attention. Hanging from the branches of several trees were what looked like small wooden structures. They were roughly crafted, appearing to be made from sticks and twigs bound together with what might have been sinew or plant fiber. Each structure was slightly different, but they all had the same basic form, a framework that reminded me of a simplified human figure, arms outstretched. "What are those?" I asked, handing the binoculars to Joe. "Boundary markers," Robert said grimly. "We crossed into territory we shouldn't have." Joe studied the markers through the binoculars, then lowered them with a troubled expression. "I've heard about these, but I've never seen them. Grandfather used to tell stories." "What kind of stories?" It was Robert who answered. "Stories about areas that were set aside, places where certain things were allowed to exist without human interference. The markers warn people to stay away." "Warn them away from what?" "From becoming food," Joe said quietly. We stood on that ridge for several more minutes, studying the line of markers and trying to understand what they meant for our situation. The wooden figures marked a clear boundary that stretched as far as we could see in both directions, following the contours of the landscape in a way that suggested they'd been placed with careful consideration of the terrain. "So we crossed this boundary yesterday," I said, "when we went into that valley." "Yes," Robert confirmed. "Which means we were in its territory when it found us." "Its territory." Robert was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing how much to explain. Finally, he spoke in a voice so low I had to strain to hear him. "Wendigo territory. A place where something that was once human, but is no longer human, makes its home. The markers warn people away because crossing that boundary means you're no longer under the protection of normal laws, natural or spiritual." The word hit me like a physical blow. I'd heard of Wendigos, of course. Most people familiar with Native American folklore had encountered the stories. But I'd always thought of them as mythology, cautionary tales meant to teach moral lessons rather than literal descriptions of something that might actually exist. "You're talking about the cannibal creature from the legends," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm talking about what happens when a human being gives in to the worst parts of their nature," Robert replied. "When hunger and greed and selfishness consume everything else that makes them human. What's left isn't human anymore, but it remembers enough about being human to mimic our voices, to call our names, to lure us into places where it can feed." Joe nodded slowly. "The stories say they can read thoughts, at least enough to know who you care about, what voices would make you respond. That's how it knew your name, Marcus. It was listening to our thoughts." A cold realization washed over me. "It's still following us, isn't it?" Neither of them answered immediately, but their expressions told me everything I needed to know. We resumed our hike south with a new urgency, no longer just retreating from an area that felt uncomfortable, but actively trying to escape something that was hunting us. The next few hours passed in a blur of steep descents and creek crossings. Robert navigated with the skill of someone who'd spent his entire life in these woods, but even he seemed uncertain at times about which path would lead us most quickly to safety. The forest around us felt different now, not just wild, but actively hostile. Every shadow seemed to hide a watching presence, and every sound made us freeze and listen for signs of pursuit. Around midday, we heard it again. My voice, calling from somewhere behind us, claiming to be lost and asking for help. This time, none of us even considered responding. We just kept walking, trying to ignore the perfect mimicry and the desperate, hungry undertone that made our skin crawl. "How long will it follow us?" I asked during a brief rest beside a creek. "Until we cross back into protected territory," Robert said. The boundary markers we saw aren't just warnings. They're also barriers, sacred boundaries that certain things can't or won't cross. But we're already past the markers. Those were the outer markers. There are others, inner boundaries closer to the settlement proper where stronger protections exist. We continued south, and as the afternoon wore on, I began to notice changes in the forest around us. The trees were smaller and more varied, the undergrowth less dense. Wildlife sounds that had been absent or muted for the past 2 days gradually returned: birdsong, the chatter of squirrels, the distant drumming of woodpeckers. Around 4 in the afternoon, we came to a creek that was larger than any we'd encountered in the deep country. The water was clear and fast-moving, cutting through a gorge lined with limestone shelves that created a series of small waterfalls and pools. "This is Rushing Water Creek," Robert said with obvious relief. "We're getting close to home ground." As we prepared to cross the creek, jumping from rock to rock to avoid the deeper pools, I heard the voice one more time. It was my own voice again, but this time it sounded different, more distant, and with an edge of frustration that hadn't been there before. "Marcus, don't leave me here. Please." I turned to look back across the creek and saw nothing but forest. But I could feel something watching from the trees, something that was no longer trying to hide its presence. The feeling was so intense that it raised goosebumps on my arms despite the warm afternoon air. "It can't cross the water," Joe said quietly. "Sacred boundary. Some things about the old stories are absolutely literal." We finished crossing the creek and continued south, but I kept looking back over my shoulder. For the next hour, I had the distinct feeling that something was pacing us on the far side of the water, staying just out of sight but never giving up its pursuit. It wasn't until we'd put several more miles between ourselves and Rushing Water Creek that the feeling of being watched finally began to fade. By evening, when we made camp in a familiar area only a few miles from the settlement proper, the forest felt normal again, wild and alive, but not malevolent. "Tomorrow we'll be back," Joe said as we sat around our campfire, the first fire that had felt truly safe since we'd entered the deep country. "Good," I said, and meant it. "I've had enough wilderness for a while." Robert was staring into the flames with a thoughtful expression. "The important thing is that you understand what happened," he said. "You need to know why some boundaries exist, why some old knowledge matters even in the modern world." "I understand," I said, though I wasn't sure I understood anything except that I'd been terrified in ways I'd never imagined possible. "Do you?" Robert asked. "Because the hardest part isn't acknowledging that things like this exist. The hardest part is living with the knowledge that they're still out there, still hungry, still waiting for the next person who doesn't believe in boundaries." As I lay in my sleeping bag that night listening to the normal sounds of a healthy forest, I thought about what Robert had said. The knowledge that something like a Wendigo could exist, could be real and present and actively hunting, changed everything about how I understood the world. It meant that some of the old stories weren't just stories, and that some warnings weren't just superstition. It meant that there were still places where ancient rules applied, and ancient hungers waited for the foolish or the unwary. I slept badly that night, but for the first time in days, my dreams weren't filled with the sound of my own voice calling from the darkness. We reached the settlement just after noon the following day, emerging from the forest into the familiar landscape of houses and roads that marked the return to human civilization. The transition felt jarring after 5 days in the deep wilderness. The geometric lines of buildings and the sound of vehicles seemed almost alien compared to the organic curves and natural sounds we'd grown accustomed to. Joe's grandmother, Eleanor, was waiting for us on the porch of the family home when we arrived. She was a small woman in her 70s, but there was nothing frail about the way she studied us as we approached. Her dark eyes moved from face to face, reading something in our expressions that made her nod slowly. "You went to the old places," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, grandmother," Joe replied. "We went further than we should have." Eleanor gestured for us to sit on the porch steps while she remained in her rocking chair. Without being asked, Robert began to tell her what we'd experienced, speaking in a mixture of English and Meskwaki. I caught enough of the English portions to follow the general narrative. The strange silence, the voice mimicry, the feeling of being pursued, the boundary markers. When Robert finished his account, Eleanor was quiet for a long time. She rocked slowly in her chair, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Finally, she spoke. "My grandfather told me stories about that place," she said. "About what lives there and why it must be left alone. I hoped those stories would stay stories, but I knew better." "What did your grandfather tell you?" I asked. Eleanor studied me carefully before answering. "He told me about a man who went into the deep woods during a harsh winter when food was scarce and people were dying. This man became lost, became desperate, became something other than human when he chose survival over everything else that matters." She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "The old ones knew that some choices change you in ways that can't be undone. When you cross certain lines, you become something that can never cross back. The boundary markers aren't just warnings, they're containment. They keep what shouldn't be free from spreading beyond where it belongs." "But why don't more people know about this?" I asked. "Why isn't it common knowledge?" Eleanor's expression became sad. "Because most people wouldn't believe it, and those who would believe it might try to do something about it. Some things are better left contained than confronted." Over the next few hours, as we unpacked our gear and settled back into normal life, I found myself struggling with the implications of what we'd experienced. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find alternative explanations. Hallucinations brought on by stress and exhaustion, some kind of elaborate prank, misidentification of natural phenomena. But the deeper I thought about it, the less those explanations made sense. The voice mimicry had been too perfect, the sense of presence too strong, the boundary markers too real and substantial. Whatever we'd encountered in those woods was not a product of imagination or misperception. It was something that existed independently of our belief in it, something that operated according to rules I was only beginning to understand. That evening, David joined us for dinner and listened to our account with the gravity of someone who'd heard similar stories before. When we finished, he nodded thoughtfully. "You're not the first to encounter the old hunger," he said. "And you won't be the last. The important thing is that you listened when you needed to listen, and you left when you needed to leave." "How do you live with knowing something like that exists?" I asked. "The same way our ancestors lived with knowing it exists," David replied. "With respect for boundaries, with understanding that some places are not meant for human beings, and with the knowledge that the old stories contain more truth than most people want to acknowledge." "But doesn't it make you afraid, knowing that something like that is out there?" David was quiet for a moment. "Fear is useful when it keeps you alive and teaches you respect," he said finally. "But fear that paralyzes you or makes you deny reality is dangerous. The Wendigo exists whether we acknowledge it or not. Our choice is whether to live in wisdom or in ignorance." I stayed at the settlement for 2 more days, needing time to process what had happened before returning to my normal life. During those days, I had several more conversations with Eleanor, David, and other tribal elders who were willing to share their knowledge. What emerged was a picture of a world far more complex and dangerous than I'd ever imagined. A world where ancient realities still existed alongside modern life, where old knowledge remained relevant and necessary. The elders spoke of other entities and phenomena that most people dismissed as folklore, spirits that guarded certain places, creatures that emerged only under specific conditions, areas where the normal laws of physics didn't quite apply. They described a landscape layered with invisible boundaries and populated by things that science couldn't measure but human beings could definitely encounter. "The modern world wants to believe that everything unknown has been mapped and cataloged," Eleanor explained during one of our conversations. "But knowledge isn't the same as understanding, and understanding isn't the same as wisdom. Some realities can only be approached with humility and respect." When I finally left the settlement and returned to my regular life, I carried with me a burden I hadn't expected, The weight of knowledge that most people didn't share and wouldn't believe if I tried to share it. I found myself constantly aware of how much was hidden just beneath the surface of ordinary experience, how many layers of reality most people never suspected existed. In the months that followed, I tried several times to return to the kind of wilderness hiking I'd always enjoyed, but something had changed in my relationship with wild places. I couldn't shake the awareness that some forests held more than trees and wildlife, that some silences meant more than the absence of sound, that some boundaries existed for reasons more important than legal or administrative convenience. I still hike, but now I research the areas I visit more carefully. I pay attention to local folklore and listen when indigenous people share knowledge about their traditional territories. I've learned to recognize the signs that indicate when a place should be approached with special caution or avoided entirely. Most importantly, I've learned that the absence of scientific explanation doesn't mean the absence of reality. The world is far stranger and more dangerous than most of us want to acknowledge, and some of that strangeness has been contained rather than eliminated by the boundaries our ancestors established. 6 months after our expedition to the deep country, Joe called to tell me that the boundary markers we'd seen had been renewed. Tribal elders had visited the area and replaced the old wooden figures with new ones, strengthening the warnings for anyone who might venture into that territory. "It's still there," Joe said simply. "Still hungry, still waiting, but the boundaries hold." I understood what he was telling me. The Wendigo hadn't been defeated or driven away. Such things apparently couldn't be defeated in any conventional sense. But it had been contained, held in place by traditions and knowledge that stretched back generations, kept from spreading beyond its designated territory by people who understood the necessity of certain boundaries. That conversation reinforced something the elders had tried to teach me during my stay at the settlement, that some problems can't be solved, only managed. Some realities can't be changed, only acknowledged and respected. And some knowledge carries with it the responsibility to help maintain the barriers that keep dangerous things in their proper places. I've never returned to the deep country of the Meskwaki settlement, and I never will. But I think about it often, about the ancient pines and the profound silence, about the voice that called my name with perfect mimicry and hungry intent, about the boundary markers that stand between civilization and something that should never be allowed to join it. Sometimes, late at night when the wind is moving through the trees outside my house, I listen carefully to make sure the voices I hear are just the voices of wind and leaves. Because now I know the difference between sounds that belong to the natural world and sounds that belong to something else entirely. And I know that somewhere in the deep woods, beyond markers that warn away the living, something that was once human but is human no longer, still watches and waits and calls the names of those who venture too close to places where old hungers never die. The ghosts of summer linger longest in places where they shouldn't. I learned that lesson in a forest where the boundaries between past and present, between human and inhuman, between myth and reality, had never really existed at all. And I learned that some knowledge changes you in ways you can never undo, making you a guardian of truths that most people are better off never knowing. The year was 1973. And I was 12 years old when we made that fateful trip to the Big Thicket region of East Texas. The autumn air carried a weight that seemed to press down on everything as our two-car convoy wound through the darkening backroads north of Beaumont. My stepfather Roy drove our station wagon with white-knuckled intensity, his eyes fixed on the narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through walls of towering pines. Behind us, my Uncle Ray followed in his pickup truck, headlights carving through the gathering darkness. The radio had been crackling with weather warnings all afternoon. Storms moving in from the Gulf, temperatures dropping faster than expected. My mother, Clara, sat rigid in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing back at me and my stepbrother Eddie with forced smiles that didn't reach her eyes. She'd been against this trip from the start, claiming she had a bad feeling about venturing so deep into the wilderness. My Aunt Janet, Ray's wife, had dismissed her concerns with nervous laughter, but I could see the way her hands trembled as she lit cigarette after cigarette during our rest stops. Eddie was 14, 2 years my senior, and usually the braver of us two. but even he seemed subdued as we passed mile after mile of unbroken forest. The trees grew thicker and more ominous as we traveled deeper into the thicket, their branches forming a canopy so dense that even in daylight the forest floor remained shrouded in perpetual twilight. Spanish moss hung like tattered funeral shrouds from ancient oak limbs, swaying in the humid breeze. "How much further, Roy?" my mother asked, her voice tight with barely concealed anxiety. "Maybe another hour," he replied, though his grip on the steering wheel suggested he wasn't entirely certain. The hunting cabin belonged to a friend of a friend, someone Roy had met at the oil refinery where he worked. The directions were vague at best. Turn left at the old church, right at the dead cypress. Follow the dirt road until you can't go any further. As we drove deeper into the wilderness, I pressed my face against the cool window glass, watching the monotonous parade of trees. Occasionally, yellow eyes would reflect our headlights from the undergrowth, possums, raccoons, maybe deer. But there was something else out there too. Something that made my skin crawl whenever I glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision. Dark shapes that seemed too large, too deliberate in their movements to be ordinary woodland creatures. The radio finally gave up with a burst of static, leaving us in uncomfortable silence broken only by the rumble of the engine and the whisper of tires on damp pavement. Outside, the first drops of rain began to speck the windshield. By the time we found the turnoff to the cabin, it was well past 11 o'clock. The dirt road was little more than 2 tire ruts separated by a ridge of weeds and gravel that scraped against the undercarriage of our station wagon. Tree branches scratched at the windows like skeletal fingers, and more than once Roy had to stop and back up to navigate around a fallen log or washout. The cabin materialized out of the darkness like something from a fever dream. A single bare bulb mounted on a wooden power pole cast harsh shadows across the clearing, illuminating a structure that looked far more primitive than any of us had expected. The building was long and narrow, constructed of rough-hewn logs that had weathered to a sickly gray color. The roof sagged in several places, and the wraparound porch leaned at an angle that suggested the foundation had shifted over the years. "This is it?" my mother asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Roy killed the engine and we sat in silence for a moment, listening to the tick of cooling metal and the whisper of rain on the cabin's tin roof. The light from the power pole flickered intermittently, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the clearing. Beyond the circle of illumination, the forest pressed in on all sides, a solid wall of black that seemed to absorb sound and movement. Uncle Ray pulled up beside us and rolled down his window. "Doesn't look like much, does it?" he called out, trying to inject some levity into the moment. But I could hear the uncertainty in his voice too. We unloaded our bags quickly, eager to get inside and away from the oppressive darkness. The cabin's front door was solid oak, heavy and scarred, with an old-fashioned latch that required significant force to operate. As Roy struggled with the mechanism, I became aware of sounds from the forest, not the normal night sounds of insects and small animals, but something else, a rhythmic creaking, as if something large was moving through the trees, testing branches that groaned under its weight. "Did you hear that?" Eddie whispered, moving closer to me. Before I could respond, the latch gave way with a metallic screech that seemed to echo through the forest. Roy pushed the door open and fumbled for a light switch, flooding the interior with harsh fluorescent light that made us all squint and blink. The cabin's interior was exactly what the outside had promised, rustic to the point of primitive. The main room stretched the length of the building, with a small kitchen area at one end and a sitting area centered around a stone fireplace at the other. The floors were rough pine planks, warped and stained with decades of use. Kerosene lanterns hung from hooks along the walls, suggesting that the electrical system was a recent and possibly unreliable addition. 2 doorways at opposite ends of the main room led to small sleeping areas, each containing a set of bunk beds and a single window. The air inside was stale and musty, tinged with the smell of old wood and something else, something organic and unpleasant that made my nose wrinkle in disgust. "Place needs airing out," Aunt Janet observed, setting down her suitcase and immediately moving to open windows. But the windows were painted shut, their frames swollen with moisture and age. While the adults discussed sleeping arrangements and unpacked supplies, Eddie and I explored our assigned sleeping area on the right side of the cabin. The bunk beds were crude constructions of rough lumber, with thin mattresses that smelled of mildew and mice. The single window was large, maybe 4 feet square, positioned at just the right height to provide a view from both the upper and lower bunks. Outside the window, the forest pressed close to the cabin. In daylight, I imagined you could see deep into the woods, but now the darkness beyond the glass was absolute. The rain had intensified, drumming against the tin roof with increasing urgency. Occasionally, lightning would flicker in the distance, illuminating the swaying trees for a split second before plunging everything back into darkness. "I don't like this place," Eddie whispered as we made up our beds with sheets that felt damp despite being freshly laundered. I nodded, though I couldn't quite articulate why. There was something wrong about the cabin, something that went beyond its primitive conditions and remote location. It felt watched, as if unseen eyes were observing our every movement from the darkness beyond the windows. From the main room came the sounds of our parents settling in for the night, hushed conversations, the clink of glasses as the men shared a nightcap, the rustle of sleeping bags being arranged on the couch and chairs. Eventually, these sounds died away, replaced by the rhythm of rain and the occasional creak of the cabin settling on its foundation. I had always been a light sleeper, a trait that proved both blessing and curse that night in the big thicket. Despite my exhaustion from the long drive, true rest remained frustratingly out of reach. The unfamiliar sounds of the cabin, the tick of expanding wood, the whisper of wind through gaps in the walls, the scurry of small creatures in the spaces between floors, kept pulling me back from the edge of unconsciousness. The bunk beds creaked with every movement, and Eddie, normally a heavy sleeper, seemed equally restless. I could hear him shifting position repeatedly, his breathing shallow and irregular. Outside, the rain continued its relentless assault on the roof, punctuated by the occasional rumble of distant thunder. It must have been around 1 in the morning when the first truly disturbing sound reached my ears. At first, I thought it might be the wind, but there was a deliberate quality to it, a rhythmic scratching that seemed to circle the cabin. The sound would start at one corner, move along the wall, then pause before continuing around the building's perimeter. I lay perfectly still, straining to listen, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs. The scratching stopped directly outside our window, replaced by something worse, a low rumbling sound that vibrated through the cabin walls. It wasn't quite a growl, but it carried an unmistakable note of menace that made my throat constrict with fear. Below me, Eddie's breathing had become completely silent. I knew he was awake, listening to the same sounds that had set every nerve in my body on edge. The rumbling continued for perhaps 30 seconds, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow more terrifying than the sound itself. Then came the scraping. Something large was moving against the exterior wall of the cabin, just below our window. The sound was deliberate and methodical, as if whatever was out there was testing the structure, looking for weak points. The scraping moved upward, growing closer to the window, and I found myself holding my breath as I strained to hear. A shadow passed across the window, blocking what little light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. The shadow was massive, far larger than any animal I could imagine, and it lingered there for long moments before moving on. The scraping continued around the corner of the building, gradually fading as whatever was out there completed its circuit of the cabin. I waited in frozen terror for the sound to return, but the forest had fallen silent except for the rain. Even the normal night sounds had ceased, as if every living creature in the big thicket was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The scream that shattered the night air came from directly below me, and it took several heart-stopping seconds before I realized it was Eddie. The sound was raw and primal, filled with such terror that it seemed to strip away years of civilization and reduce my stepbrother to something primitive and panicked. I rolled over and peered down from the top bunk, expecting to find Eddie caught in the grip of a nightmare. Instead, I saw him pressed against the far wall, as far from the window as the small room would allow. His face was alabaster white in the dim light, his eyes wide with shock and focused on something outside the glass. Following his gaze, I saw it too. At first, my mind refused to process what I was seeing. The creature's face filled most of the window, close enough that its breath fogged the glass. Brown fur covered a massive skull that seemed too large to belong to any earthly animal. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me, yellow and intelligent, holding a malevolent awareness that spoke of cunning and predatory patience. The thing's lips pulled back to reveal teeth that belonged in nightmares. They were enormous, yellowed canines designed for tearing flesh, set in jaws that could easily crush bone. Saliva dripped from the creature's mouth, leaving streaks on the window glass as it pressed closer to the barrier that separated us. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we stared at each other, predator and prey, separated by nothing more than a thin pane of glass and a few inches of empty air. The creature's nostrils flared as it scented us, and I could see the muscles in its massive shoulders bunching and releasing beneath its fur. Then, without warning, it was gone. The window showed only darkness and rain, but I knew the thing was still out there. I could feel its presence like a weight pressing down on the cabin. Malevolent and patient, Eddie continued to scream until footsteps thundered through the main room and our parents burst through the doorway. "What's wrong? What happened?" Roy demanded, flicking on the overhead light and scanning the room for danger. Eddie couldn't speak coherently, only point at the window with a trembling finger. Roy and Uncle Ray moved to investigate, peering out into the darkness, but seeing nothing unusual. "Probably just a nightmare," my mother said, gathering Eddie into her arms despite his 14 years. "You're safe now." But I knew it hadn't been a dream. The creature's face was burned into my memory, every detail sharp and clear, and somehow I knew our night of terror was far from over. We had barely managed to calm Eddie when the real assault began. It started as a deep vibration that seemed to emanate from the forest itself, growing stronger and more pronounced until the entire cabin began to shake. Dust rained from the rafters, and the windows rattled in their frames as something massive moved through the darkness outside. Then came the screaming. The sound that erupted from the forest was unlike anything I had ever heard. Part roar, part howl, with an underlying note of rage that made my bones ache. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing off the trees and multiplying until the very air vibrated with fury. The sound went on, rising and falling in waves that crashed over the cabin like a physical force. Roy and Uncle Ray grabbed their rifles from where they had propped them against the wall, their faces grim with determination, but I could see the fear in their eyes, the way their hands shook as they checked their weapons. "Stay here," Roy ordered, motioning for us to remain in the sleeping area. "Don't come out no matter what you hear." The two men moved toward the front door, but before they could reach it, something struck the cabin with tremendous force. The entire structure shuddered, timbers groaning under the impact. Pictures fell from the walls, and dishes crashed to the floor as the building swayed like a ship in a storm. Outside, the light pole began to sway back and forth with increasing violence. The single bulb cast wildly dancing shadows across the clearing, as whatever was out there used the pole as a lever, rocking it back and forth with methodical determination. The electrical lines sparked and snapped, sending showers of blue fire cascading into the wet darkness. Then, with a tremendous crack of splintering wood, the pole toppled over. The light went out instantly, plunging us into absolute darkness. The electrical power died with it, leaving us trapped in a cabin that suddenly felt as fragile as a matchbox. In the darkness, the creature's screaming intensified. It was close now, circling the cabin like a wolf stalking wounded prey. I could hear its massive body crashing through the underbrush, snapping branches and trampling vegetation as it moved. Each footfall seemed to shake the ground, and I realized with growing horror just how large the thing must be. Roy fumbled for one of the kerosene lanterns, his hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to light the wick. The flickering flame cast a small circle of yellow light that only seemed to emphasize the vast darkness pressing in around us. "Ray," he called to his brother-in-law, "we need to get outside, see what we're dealing with." Uncle Ray nodded grimly, though I could see the doubt in his eyes. They moved toward the door with rifles raised, but just as Roy reached for the latch, something massive struck the cabin again. This time the impact was so violent that several of the windows cracked, spider web patterns spreading across the glass. What followed was the longest night of my young life. Roy and Uncle Ray made it as far as the front porch before something in the darkness sent them scrambling back inside, slamming the door and throwing the heavy wooden bar across it. They refused to say exactly what they had seen, but the look of naked terror on their faces told us everything we needed to know. The creature, for we had all stopped pretending it was just a bear, seemed to sense our vulnerability. It circled the cabin endlessly, testing every wall, every window, every potential point of entry. Sometimes it would scratch at the logs, its claws leaving deep gouges in the weathered wood. Other times it would press its massive body against the walls, making the entire structure creak and sway. Occasionally, it would appear at a window, that horrible face pressing against the glass as yellow eyes peered into our pitiful refuge. Each appearance sent Eddie into fresh paroxysms of terror, and even my mother, normally the calmest of us all, had begun to weep quietly. Aunt Janet had taken charge of maintaining our small supply of kerosene lanterns, rationing the fuel to ensure we wouldn't be left in complete darkness, but the flickering flame seemed to attract the creature's attention, and whenever it appeared at a window, its eyes would lock onto the light with an intensity that suggested cunning intelligence. "It's playing with us," Uncle Ray whispered during one of the creature's temporary absences. "Testing us, seeing how we react." Roy nodded grimly, clutching his rifle, though we all knew the weapon would be useless against something of that size. "It knows we're trapped." The attack on the cars came sometime after 3 in the morning. We heard the screech of metal being twisted and torn, followed by the sound of breaking glass. When morning finally came, we would discover that one of the vehicles had been systematically demolished, its roof crushed inward and its windshield shattered by massive impacts. But the creature's most terrifying display came just before dawn, as the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hint of morning. The forest fell silent, the constant circling stopped, the scratching ceased, and for a few blessed minutes, we dared to hope that our ordeal was over. Then came the sound of something enormous climbing. The cabin shook as tremendous weight settled on the roof above our heads. Dust and debris rained down from the rafters as the creature moved across the tin roofing, each footfall creating a thunderous boom that echoed through the building. It paused directly over the main room, and I could swear I felt its eyes boring down through the ceiling, studying us like insects in a jar. The roof began to sag under the massive weight. Several of the support beams cracked audibly, and Roy motioned frantically for us to move away from the center of the room. We huddled against the walls, watching in terror as the ceiling bowed lower and lower. Just when it seemed the roof must collapse entirely, the weight lifted. Whatever was up there had moved away, leaving only the memory of its presence and the ominous creaking of damaged timbers. The first rays of sunlight filtering through the cracked windows were the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. As the forest gradually emerged from darkness, revealing ordinary trees and familiar shadows, the terror of the night began to feel like something from a fever dream. But the evidence of our encounter was everywhere. The destroyed light pole, the damaged cabin, the demolished car. We packed with frantic efficiency, none of us willing to spend another moment in that accursed place. Roy and Uncle Ray moved with grim purpose, loading our belongings while constantly scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The creature was gone. I could sense its absence the way you sense an empty house, but none of us doubted it was watching from somewhere in the depths of the big thicket. The damage to the Pinto was worse than we had initially realized. The entire front end was caved in as if something of enormous weight had pressed down on it. The windshield was spiderwebbed with cracks, and long scratches in the metal suggested claws the size of kitchen knives. Uncle Ray's truck had fared better, with only minor dents and scratches, but even it bore evidence of the night's encounter. It was Eddie who found the tracks. Despite his terror, my stepbrother had recovered enough of his composure to investigate the area around our sleeping quarters. The rain had turned the ground to mud, preserving perfect impressions of whatever had stalked us through the night. The prints were unlike anything in any nature guide or textbook. They were roughly humanoid in shape but enormous, nearly 2 feet long and proportionally wide. The depth of the impression suggested a weight that defied imagination, and the spacing between them indicated a stride that belonged to something at least 8 feet tall. Roy knelt beside one of the clearer prints, his face pale with disbelief. What in God's name could make tracks like these? Uncle Ray shook his head slowly. Nothing that's supposed to exist, that's for certain. We followed the trail as far as we dared, but it led deep into the forest, disappearing into a tangle of undergrowth that looked impenetrable. Whatever had terrorized us was gone, returned to the depths of the big thicket where it belonged. As we drove away from that place, none of us spoke. The memory of yellow eyes and terrible teeth rode with us in silence, a shared nightmare that would bind us together for the rest of our lives. Uncle Ray never spoke of that night again, taking the secret to his grave. Roy would only acknowledge that we had encountered something that shouldn't have been there, refusing to elaborate no matter how much we pressed him. But I remember everything. The creature's face pressed against the window, the sound of its claws on wood, the weight of its presence on the cabin roof. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I still wonder what would have happened if that thin pane of glass had given way, if those massive jaws had found their way inside our fragile shelter. The big thicket keeps its secrets well, but I know the truth. There are things in those ancient woods that science has never catalogued, creatures that predate human understanding of the natural world. We were lucky to escape with our lives, but I have never forgotten the lesson learned that night in 1973, that there are still places on this earth where humans are not welcome, where older, more primitive laws still hold sway. And I pray to God that I never have to learn that lesson again. When I was a young adult, my parents bought a beautiful cabin where they ended up spending every summer. From mid-spring to late fall, they would stay at this cabin, returning home only for the winter since the cabin wasn't winterized. Their cabin is located in New Hampshire, on a road that borders Crystal Lake. Being big fans of horror, my wife and I always joked about the lake's eerie name, though we never imagined how prophetic that observation would prove to be. At 37 years old, I have what most would consider a wonderful life. My beautiful wife of 14 years and our 5 children. However, years ago something happened that fundamentally changed how I view the world around us. For context, I follow a Satanist philosophy. No, we don't engage in the ritualistic nonsense you see in horror movies. I love my family deeply, enjoy scary films, I'm an avid gamer, and I've always believed in things that exist beyond our normal understanding. The paranormal, unexplained phenomena, creatures that science hasn't yet cataloged. The cabin itself sits on roughly 3 acres, surrounded by dense New Hampshire forest that stretches for miles in every direction. Built in the 1970s, it's a modest 2-bedroom structure with knotty pine walls and large windows that offer stunning views of the lake during the day. But at night, those same windows become dark portals that seem to invite whatever lurks in the shadows to peer inside. The nearest neighbor is nearly a mile away, accessible only by a winding dirt road that becomes treacherous after rain. My parents chose this location specifically for its isolation, wanting a retreat from the chaos of modern life. They never mentioned any strange occurrences, never hinted at anything unusual about the property. In retrospect, I wonder if they simply didn't notice, or perhaps they chose not to acknowledge what was already there, waiting. Though I've experienced minor paranormal events throughout my life, doors opening on their own, unexplained sounds, objects moving when no one was near them, nothing substantial ever happened to me until that incident at the cabin. These earlier experiences were easily dismissed, explained away by logical reasoning or simply ignored. A draft could open a door. Old houses make settling noises. Memory can play tricks when you're tired. But looking back now, I recognize a pattern. These incidents always occurred in remote locations, places where civilization thinned and the natural world pressed closer. The cabin represented the perfect storm of isolation, history, and something else, something I couldn't name then but can feel now, like a constant weight pressing against my consciousness. Occasionally, my wife and I would arrange with my parents to stay at the cabin while they returned to their primary residence. This arrangement worked well for everyone. My parents could handle business at home, and we could enjoy a peaceful retreat. The cabin is close enough to my workplace that I don't need to schedule time off, making these extended stays practical rather than burdensome. These visits were always memorable for their tranquility and natural beauty. We'd spend days hiking the surrounding trails, teaching our children to identify different bird calls and tree species. Evenings were for board games by the fireplace and early bedtimes that came naturally with the absence of city distractions. I thought I understood what made the cabin special. I was wrong. The last time this arrangement happened, we had only 2 children. My son was around 9 or 10, and my daughter was around 4 or 5. Both were at ages where their imaginations ran wild, where the line between reality and fantasy blurred in ways that adults often envy. They loved the cabin as much as we did, though for different reasons. To them, it was a magical place where they could explore endless forests and swim in the crystal-clear lake. We packed up our car with enough supplies for a week-long stay and made the 3-hour drive north. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the scent of dying leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. As we pulled into the gravel driveway, I felt the familiar sense of peace that always accompanied our arrivals. The cabin looked exactly as it always had, welcoming, safe, a perfect refuge from the world's complications. That first night we established our usual routines. The children claimed their beds in the guest room, arguing playfully over who got which window view. My wife and I settled into the master bedroom, whose windows faced the forest rather than the lake. We'd always preferred this view, finding something soothing about the way moonlight filtered through the tree branches, creating shifting patterns on the bedroom walls. Everything seemed perfect, normal, exactly as it should be. The children fell asleep easily, exhausted from the drive and the excitement of being back at their favorite place. My wife and I stayed up later, reading by lamplight and enjoying the profound silence that only true wilderness can provide. We had no idea that we were being observed, studied, perhaps even selected. The first few days passed without incident, filled with the simple pleasures that made these cabin stays so precious to our family. We hiked familiar trails, collected interesting rocks and leaves, and spent hours on the lake in the small rowboat my parents kept tied to their dock. My children's laughter echoed across the water, a sound so pure and joyful that it seemed to sanctify the entire landscape. But as the week progressed, I began to notice subtle changes in the atmosphere around the cabin. Animals that had always been abundant, squirrels, chipmunks, various songbirds, seemed to disappear. The forest, which had always hummed with life, grew increasingly quiet during daylight hours. At night, the silence became so complete it felt oppressive, as if something had frightened away every living creature for miles. My wife noticed it too, though we didn't discuss it until much later. Instead, we made silent adjustments to our routines. We stayed closer to the cabin during our walks. We brought the children inside earlier each evening. We found ourselves glancing toward the tree line more frequently, though neither of us could explain what we expected to see. The children, with their uncanny ability to sense adult anxiety, began asking questions we couldn't answer. Why were there no animals around anymore? Why did the forest seem so quiet? Why did we keep looking toward the trees? We gave them reassuring non-answers, but I could see in their eyes that they weren't convinced. Children know when adults are frightened, even when those adults refuse to acknowledge their fear. Probably around midweek, we had just finished dinner and were getting the kids ready for bed, a task that's always easier said than done with young children. The evening routine had become more important than ever, a way to impose structure and normalcy on what increasingly felt like an abnormal situation. We were trying to maintain the illusion that everything was fine, that our unease was merely imagination. My daughter was her usual spirited self, and we were struggling to get her to settle down for the night. She'd discovered that the guest room's hardwood floors were perfect for sliding in stocking feet, and she kept escaping from bed to demonstrate this newfound skill. Her giggles filled the cabin, a delightful sound that should have brought joy but instead seemed to echo too loudly in the unnatural silence outside. The cabin has 2 bedrooms, and we were in the master when the incident occurred. The kids were supposed to be in the guest room, which has 2 beds positioned near large windows that offer views of both the lake and the forest. These windows had always been one of the room's best features, providing natural light during the day and stunning views of stars at night. We always left them open during our stays, enjoying the fresh mountain air and the gentle sounds of nature. That night, those same windows would become something else entirely, portals through which terror could reach into our supposed sanctuary and shatter our sense of security forever. My son was in the kitchen getting a drink of water, a typical stalling tactic that we usually indulged because staying hydrated was important, especially in the dry mountain air. My daughter had just scampered away from me, giggling uncontrollably as I tried once again to tuck her into bed. Her energy seemed inexhaustible, fueled by the excitement of being at the cabin and the natural restlessness that comes with disrupted routines. The windows in the guest room were open, letting in the cooling evening air that carried the scent of pine needles and the distant smell of wood smoke from someone's fireplace. It was a perfect autumn night, crisp and clear, with stars beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. Everything felt normal, even peaceful, despite our growing unease over the past few days. Then, suddenly, I heard my daughter's voice say, "Daddy." But it came from outside the window. The sound froze me in place. The voice was unmistakably hers. Same pitch, same inflection, same slight lisp that made her pronunciation of certain words so endearing. But there was something fundamentally wrong with it. The voice sounded distorted and electronic, as if it had come from a small speaker rather than from my daughter's throat. It carried an artificial quality that made my skin crawl, like a recording that had been played back through damaged equipment. Instantly, my body grew cold with a terror I'd never experienced before. This wasn't the manageable fear you feel during a scary movie or the brief startle of an unexpected noise. This was something primal, a recognition at the cellular level that I was confronting something that shouldn't exist, something that violated the basic rules of reality I'd always taken for granted. The backyard outside those windows extends about 15 feet before turning into a wooded area, dense forest that stretches for miles without interruption. There was absolutely no way my daughter could have reached that spot outside in the brief time since she'd scampered away from me. The logistics were impossible. She would have had to leave the room, navigate through the cabin, exit through the front or back door, and circle around to the back of the building, all while I was standing in the very room where I'd just seen her. More disturbing than the impossibility was the implications. Someone or something in those woods had heard my daughter's voice and was capable of reproducing it with unnerving accuracy. The electronic distortion suggested technology, but what kind of person would use such equipment to terrorize a family? And why would they choose to imitate a child's voice? The possibilities that flooded my mind were uniformly horrifying. I rushed out of the bedroom, my heart hammering against my ribs as I moved as quickly as I could without alarming my family. I found my wife and children in the kitchen exactly where they should be, my son finishing his water, my daughter still giggling about her bedtime antics, completely unaware that her voice had just called to me from the darkness outside our temporary home. Seeing them safe should have provided relief, but instead it intensified my terror. If my daughter was here, safe in the kitchen, then what had called my name from the forest? What was still out there watching us, studying us, learning our voices and our routines? The questions multiplied in my mind like a virus, each one spawning new fears and darker possibilities. The night proceeded without further incident, but tension had replaced tranquility. Every sound from outside, the rustle of wind through leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the creak of tree branches, made me freeze and listen intently. I found myself checking and rechecking the locks on doors and windows, despite knowing that locks would provide little protection against whatever had demonstrated the ability to perfectly mimic my daughter's voice. I didn't share the experience with my wife until we were back home, safe in our own house, surrounded by neighbors and streetlights and all the comforting signs of civilization. When I finally told her what had happened, she grew as concerned as I was. She admitted that she'd felt increasingly uneasy during those last few days at the cabin, sensing that something was watching our family from the forest surrounding the property. We discussed possible explanations, each one more unsettling than the last. Could it have been another person, someone with sophisticated audio equipment and malicious intentions? Could it have been some kind of natural phenomenon we didn't understand? Could our isolation have made us more susceptible to auditory hallucinations? None of these theories felt adequate to explain what I'd experienced. Life has since moved on in ways that feel almost surreal given what happened that night. We've had 3 more children and are thriving in our careers. We've even bought a house, a beautiful home in a suburban neighborhood where we know our neighbors and where strange sounds in the night can be easily explained. It's been years since we visited that cabin with just our immediate family, though we still attend family gatherings there occasionally. When we do return for these events, everything seems normal on the surface. My parents show no signs of having experienced anything unusual. Other family members comment on the cabin's beauty and peaceful atmosphere. Children play in the same guest room where I heard that impossible voice, sleeping soundly through nights that no longer seemed to hold terror for anyone but me. However, the memory of that voice still haunts me with an intensity that hasn't diminished over time. Even now, years later, it sends the same icy shock of recognition through my system. I've learned to be wary of what exists in the spaces between our understanding and the natural world. The forest around that cabin taught me that there are things that lurk just beyond our perception, things that watch and learn and sometimes reveal themselves in ways that fundamentally change how we see reality. You never know what might be waiting in the darkness, studying your family, learning your voices, preparing for reasons we may never understand. The wilderness keeps its secrets, but sometimes those secrets decide to make themselves known. And when they do, the comfortable assumptions that govern our daily lives crumble like dried leaves beneath unseen feet, leaving us to wonder what else might be watching from shadows we've always taken for granted. The Adirondack Wilderness stretches like an ancient slumbering beast across upstate New York. Most tourists and weekend hikers never venture beyond the maintained trails and designated camping areas. They never learn what waits in the deeper woods, in the places where cell service dies and compasses spin uselessly in your palm. I wish I had been one of them. My name is Alex. 3 days ago I was a normal person with a normal life and normal problems. Now I'm hunched over a dying phone in a makeshift shelter, typing this as a record of what happened to us, hoping someone will find it. The battery won't last much longer. Neither will I, probably. It was Jordan's idea to go on this trip. Jordan, with his REI membership and his expensive hiking boots and his Instagram feed full of summit photos, he convinced Danny and me that we needed to disconnect and recharge in nature. We had been friends since college, the three of us, and our annual trips were sacred. This year was supposed to be special, a week-long trek through a remote section of the Adirondacks that Jordan had researched for months. This route isn't even on most maps, he'd boasted during our planning session, spreading out a topographical chart across my kitchen table. There's an old hunting trail that follows a creek bed up to Mirror Lake. The view is supposedly incredible, and we'll have it all to ourselves. Daniela had raised an eyebrow. If it's not on the maps, how do you know about it? Jordan had grinned. Reddit, this guy in our Adirondack backcountry posted about it. Said his grandfather used to hunt there in the 50s. He gave super detailed directions. I should have seen the warning signs then. Jordan's unusual secrecy about our exact route, the way he dismissed the park ranger's concerns when we registered our hike, the strange symbol he'd drawn on our map at Mirror Lake. But I was caught up in the excitement, the promise of adventure. The first day went perfectly. We hiked through sun-dappled forests, crossed crystal-clear streams, and spotted deer watching us curiously from behind oak trees. Jordan navigated confidently, consulting his map only occasionally. We made good time and set up camp in a picturesque clearing just as the sun was setting. That night, as we sat around the campfire, Jordan finally told us the rest of the story. The Reddit post wasn't just about a secret trail, he admitted, his face eerie in the flickering firelight. The guy's grandfather told him stories about something that lived in these woods, something the local Algonquin people feared. Danny groaned. Please tell me you didn't drag us out here because of some creepy Reddit story. Jordan's expression remained serious. The post got deleted a few hours after I read it. The user's account too, but I saved the coordinates and the story. So what was it? I asked, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. They called it Wanagiata, the spirit that walks in another's skin. A skinwalker, Dunye whispered. I laughed uncomfortably. You mean like those stories from Navajo folklore? We're nowhere near Navajo territory. Different tribes have different versions, Jordan said quietly. But they all talk about something similar. A human who can take the form of animals. A hunter that can mimic voices. He poked at the fire, sending sparks spiraling into the darkness. The Reddit guy said his grandfather encountered it in 1956. He was the only survivor from a hunting party of 5. What happened to the others? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Jordan looked up, his eyes reflecting the flames. They disappeared one by one. The grandfather said he kept hearing their voices at night, calling from the woods, but he knew they were already gone. We sat in silence for a moment, the forest suddenly seeming much darker beyond our little circle of light. That's just a story, Daniela said finally. People have been telling scary campfire tales forever. Of course, Jordan agreed quickly. I just thought it added some atmosphere to our trip. We laughed it off and turned to lighter topics. Later, in my tent, I drifted to sleep listening to the wind in the trees and thinking about ancient fears and modern legends. I woke to the sound of movement outside my tent, the soft crunch of footsteps on leaves, deliberate and slow. My watch read 3:17 a.m. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps circled my tent once, twice, then stopped at the entrance. I could see a shadow against the thin fabric, human-shaped but somehow wrong, the proportions subtly distorted. "Jordan," I whispered. "Danny?" No response, just the sound of breathing, heavy and wet, like something with damaged lungs. Then it spoke. "Alex," it said in Jordan's voice, perfect in every detail. "Come out. You need to see this." Every instinct screamed danger. This wasn't Jordan. I knew it with a certainty that bypassed rational thought. "I'm sleeping," I called back, my voice surprisingly steady. "Tell me in the morning." A long pause. The shadow remained. "All right," it said eventually. Still in Jordan's voice. "Sleep well." The shadow withdrew. I heard the footsteps recede into the forest, leaving only the sound of my hammering heart. I lay awake until dawn broke, afraid to move, afraid to call out to my friends. When morning came, Jordan and Danny were in their tents, apparently having slept through the night. I said nothing about my visitor. Who would believe me? Instead, I watched them carefully as we packed up camp, looking for any sign that something was wrong, but they seemed normal. Jordan checking his map, Danny complaining about her sore shoulders. We continued hiking, deeper into the wilderness, following Jordan's mysterious trail. The forest grew denser, older. The trees here were massive, their canopies blocking most of the sunlight. The air felt heavy, pregnant with expectation. That's when we found the first sign that something was very wrong. A crude symbol carved into a massive oak tree, a circle with a single vertical line through it. Fresh, the exposed wood still pale against the dark bark. "Jordan," Danny said slowly, "isn't that the same symbol you marked on your map?" Jordan's face drained of color. "That's not possible. I made it up. It was just something I doodled while reading that Reddit post." But there it was, unmistakable and impossible. And as we stood there staring at this inexplicable mark, we heard it, the distant sound of someone calling my name, using Danny's voice. The descent into nightmare had begun. We stood frozen before the marked tree, the distant echo of Danny's voice or something wearing her voice fading into the forest. "That wasn't me," Daniela whispered, clutching my arm. Her fingers dug into my skin with desperate strength. "I didn't call you." Jordan was already backing away from the tree, his eyes darting between the symbol and the dense woods surrounding us. "We need to get back to the main trail," he said. "Now." For once I agreed with him completely. We hastily repacked our gear, abandoning our plan to reach Mirror Lake. None of us mentioned what we'd heard or the impossible symbol. To acknowledge it would make it real, and we weren't ready for that reality. We turned back the way we came, Jordan consulting his GPS with shaking hands. After an hour of rapid hiking, he stopped abruptly. "This isn't right," he muttered, looking up at the canopy of ancient trees above us. "We should have hit the creek crossing by now." I checked my own phone's compass app. The needle spun wildly, settling momentarily in one direction before whirling again. "Maybe we took a wrong turn," Danny suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. Jordan shook his head. I've been following our exact route back. It's like, he hesitated, like the landscape has changed. The forest did feel different, older, more primeval. The trees here were massive, their gnarled trunks covered in thick moss. The undergrowth was sparse, as if nothing could flourish in the perpetual twilight beneath these giants. And there was a stillness, an absence of the usual forest sounds. No birds called, no insects hummed. Let's try heading east, I suggested. We'll eventually hit a trail or a road. We walked for hours. The forest remained unchanging, an endless procession of ancient trees. Our GPS showed us moving, but the landmarks Jordan had noted on the way in, distinctive rock formations, a fallen tree bridging a ravine, the creek itself, were nowhere to be found. As dusk approached, we were forced to make camp in a small clearing. None of us wanted to be in these woods after dark, but continuing to wander blindly would be even more dangerous. We worked silently, efficiently, setting up our tents in a tight cluster. No fire tonight, Jordan said quietly. I don't want to attract attention. We ate cold rations sitting close together, the failing light turning the forest around us into a wall of impenetrable shadow. No one mentioned what had happened earlier. No one suggested telling scary stories around our non-existent campfire. As darkness fell completely, we retreated to our tents with mumbled goodnights. I lay in my sleeping bag, exhausted but too wired to sleep. Outside, the forest was silent in a way that felt deliberate, as if it were holding its breath, waiting. I must have dozed eventually because I woke suddenly to the sound of movement outside. Not footsteps this time, but something large moving through the underbrush, circling our camp. I lay perfectly still, listening as it completed one circuit, then another. Then came the voices. Alex, my mother's voice, exactly as I remembered it from childhood. Baby, I'm lost. Help me find my way. My heart seized. My mother had died when I was 14. Alex, please. Now my father's voice breaking with emotion. She needs you. We both do. I pressed my hands over my ears, tears streaming down my face. They weren't real. They couldn't be real. The voices changed, becoming Jordan, becoming Danny, pleading for help, screaming in pain, whispering terrible secrets. I curled into a ball, trying to block out the sounds, knowing with terrible certainty that whatever was out there was learning, practicing, perfecting its mimicry. Morning came after an eternity. I emerged from my tent to find Danny already up, her face haggard and eyes red-rimmed. Did you? She began. Yes, I cut her off. All night. Jordan's tent was empty, his sleeping bag neatly arranged as if he'd never used it. Jordan, I called, trying to keep the panic from my voice. Jordan! We found his boots neatly placed outside his tent, but no other sign of him. His backpack was still there, water bottle and GPS still inside. It was as if he had simply vanished in the night or been taken. We have to find him, Danya said, already stuffing essentials into her day pack. I nodded, trying to ignore the voice in my head that whispered Jordan was already gone, that we'd never see him again, not the real Jordan anyway. We searched the area around our camp, calling his name despite the risk of attracting unwanted attention. About 50 yards from our tents, Denny stopped suddenly. Look, she said, pointing to a tree. The symbol again, the circle with a vertical line, freshly carved into the bark, and beneath it something that made my skin crawl, a perfect handprint pressed into the trunk, as if someone had pushed their palm into clay. But this was solid wood, impossibly marked. We need to go, I said, grabbing Danny's arm. Now. We packed up camp in record time, leaving Jordan's tent and most of his gear. We could only carry the essentials if we wanted to move quickly. I took his GPS, though it had proven useless in this strange forest. We chose a direction, east, according to the unreliable compass, and started walking. Neither of us mentioned our missing friend or the horrors of the previous night. We just walked, pushed forward by the primal need to escape. Around midday we found the creek, or a creek at least. It wasn't where it should have been according to Jordan's map, but it was flowing water, a potential path out of the wilderness. We should follow it downstream, I said. It has to lead somewhere. Danielle nodded, her face set in grim determination. We began making our way along the bank, the dense underbrush, forcing us to wade through the shallow water in places. That's when we saw it, a figure standing among the trees on the opposite bank. Jordan, watching us silently, his face expressionless. "Jordan!" Daniela cried, relief flooding her voice. She started toward the creek crossing, but I grabbed her arm. "Wait," I said, studying the distant figure. Something was wrong. Jordan stood too still, his posture rigid and unnatural, and his feet weren't touching the ground. As we watched in horror, the figure began to change. Its limbs elongated, body twisting and reshaping itself with sickening fluid motions. Within seconds, Jordan was gone, and in his place stood something else. Something tall and gaunt with too many joints and skin that hung loosely, as if it didn't quite fit. Danny's scream tore through the forest silence. The creature's head snapped toward us, though it had no visible eyes, just smooth, featureless skin where a face should be. It began moving toward the creek, its gait jerky and wrong, like it was still learning how to use its limbs. We ran. Abandoning the creek, we crashed through the underbrush, blind with terror. Branches whipped our faces, roots threatened to trip us, but we kept running, driven by the knowledge of what followed. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to collapse. Only then did we stop, gasping for breath, listening for pursuit. The forest had fallen silent again, no sign of the creature. But somehow, that was worse. At least when we could see it, we knew where it was. As our breathing steadied, a new sound emerged from the silence, soft, rhythmic chopping from somewhere ahead of us. "Do you hear that?" Danny whispered. "It sounds like an axe." Hope surged through me. Woodcutters, hunters, someone human. We moved cautiously toward the sound, alert for any sign of our pursuer. The chopping grew louder until we emerged at the edge of another clearing. In the center stood a small, crude cabin, so weathered it seemed to grow from the forest floor. Smoke curled from a stone chimney. Outside, a figure in flannel was splitting logs with methodical precision. "Hello," I called out, too desperate for caution. "We need help." The figure turned slowly, axe still raised. It was an old man, his face deeply lined, eyes sharp beneath bushy white brows. He showed no surprise at our sudden appearance. "You're being followed," he said. Not a question. Danny and I exchanged glances. "Yes," I admitted. "Something's in these woods, something that changes." The old man nodded once. "Wanagata," he said, and my blood ran cold. "You'd better come inside." As we followed him toward the cabin, I glanced back at the forest we'd emerged from. For just a moment, I thought I saw Jordan standing among the trees, watching us with empty eyes. But it wasn't Jordan. It had never been Jordan. And I knew, with bone-deep certainty, that we would never leave these woods the same as we'd entered them. The cabin's interior was spare but tidy, a single room with a stone fireplace, rough-hewn furniture, and walls lined with tools and dried herbs. The old man gestured for us to sit at a small table while he stoked the fire and hung a cast-iron kettle over the flames. "My name's Koda," he said, his voice like gravel underfoot. "Been living in these woods for 43 years. "I'm Alex," I said. "This is Danny. Our friend Jordan is—" I trailed off, unable to finish. "Gone," Koda supplied bluntly. "Taken. The forest has him now." Daniela made a small wounded sound. I reached for her hand under the table. "What is that thing?" I asked. Jordan called it Wanagiota, said it was some kind of skinwalker. "But it's older than any name we've given it," Koda interrupted. He moved to a cupboard, retrieving 3 tin cups and a jar of dried leaves. "Been here since before people. The Algonquin knew about it. So did the trappers and the loggers who came later. Most learned to stay away from its hunting grounds." "We didn't know," Danny said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We were just hiking." Koda grunted. "Folks nowadays always trampling where they don't belong." He poured hot water over the leaves, filling the cabin with a sharp herbal scent. "Drink this. Keeps it from getting in your head too deep." We accepted the cups, the tea bitter, and astringent on my tongue. What does it want? I asked. Kota settled into a chair across from us, his weathered hands cradling his own cup. What does any predator want? To feed, to survive. He took a sip before continuing. But this one's different. It doesn't just kill, it becomes. Takes not just the body but the memories, the voice, the soul. Jordan, Danny murmured. That thing we saw wasn't really him, was it? It was just wearing his... She couldn't finish. Your friend is gone, Kota confirmed. But it keeps parts of him. His voice, his memories. It uses them to hunt the rest of you. I thought of the voices in the night, my parents, Jordan, Danny, all perfect imitations designed to lure me out into the darkness. How do we escape? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The forest seems to change around us. We can't find our way back. Kota nodded slowly. The old stories say it bends the woods to its will, making paths circle back on themselves. The more frightened you are, the stronger its hold. So we're trapped? Danny's voice cracked. Not trapped, Kota said, but getting out won't be easy, and you'll need to leave before nightfall. It hunts best in the dark. He rose and moved to a wooden chest in the corner. From it, he withdrew a crude map drawn on animal hide and an ancient-looking knife with symbols etched into the blade. This map shows the true paths, he explained, spreading it on the table. The ones it can't change. Follow them exactly, and you'll reach the old fire road by sundown. From there, it's 4 miles to the ranger station. What about the knife? I asked. Kota's expression darkened. It can be wounded, not killed, but wounded enough to retreat. The blade is white ash and silver, marked with protective symbols. If it corners you, he left the implication hanging. Why are you helping us? Danny asked suddenly. You don't know us. Kota was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant. Had a brother once, he finally said. Game warden. Came into these woods looking for missing hikers in '82. Found something else instead. His gnarled fingers traced a pattern on the table's scarred surface. I've been watching it ever since, learning its ways, helping folks escape when I can. Have you ever tried to kill it? I asked. A humorless smile creased his face. You don't kill something like that. Best you can do is understand its rules, its boundaries. He tapped the map. It won't cross running water when the sun is up. Won't enter a circle of white ash. Can't mimic someone if you're looking directly at them. He stood abruptly. Time's wasting. You need to be on the path now if you want to reach the fire road by dark. As we prepared to leave, Kota packed us a small bundle of food and filled our water bottles. He handed me the knife, its weight surprisingly heavy for its size. One more thing, he said, his voice low. If your friend appears to you again, don't listen, no matter what he says or how he pleads. That's how it takes you, makes you doubt, makes you hope, until you willingly go to it. At the cabin door, Danny hesitated. What about you? Won't it come after you for helping us? Kota's face remained impassive. Me and it have an understanding. I stay in my territory, it stays in its. Something flickered in his eyes. Most days. With the map clutched tightly in my hand and the knife secured at my belt, we set off along the faint trail Kota had marked. The old man watched from his doorway until we disappeared into the trees. The path was barely visible, just a slightly clearer route through the underbrush, marked occasionally by stones arranged in small cairns. We followed it in tense silence, jumping at every snapped twig or rustling leaf. After an hour of hiking, the forest began to change subtly. The massive ancient trees gave way to younger growth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns. Bird calls returned, hesitant at first, then with growing confidence. We might actually make it, Danny whispered, as if afraid to jinx our progress. That's when we heard it. Jordan's voice, distant but clear, calling for help. Danny, Alex, help me, I'm hurt. Danny stopped, her body rigid. It sounds so real, she whispered. Keep moving, I said, gripping her arm. Remember what Kota said. The voice called again, more desperate this time. Please, I can see you. I'm right here. We pressed on. following the map's path across a shallow stream and up a gentle slope. Jordan's voice followed, sometimes pleading, sometimes accusatory. "You're leaving me to die, after everything we've been through. Danny, please. Alex is lying to you." Daniela's steps faltered. "What if we're wrong?" she asked, her voice small. "What if that really is him?" "It's not," I said firmly, though doubt gnawed at me. What if Coda was wrong? What if Jordan had escaped and was really calling for help? The voice changed tactics, becoming softer, more intimate. "Alex, remember that night in Chicago? Our secret? Daniela doesn't know about us, does she?" I froze. Jordan and I had indeed shared a night together in Chicago last year, a moment of vulnerability and connection we'd both agreed to keep private. It wasn't something I'd told anyone, not even Danny. How could the creature know that? Unless it really was Jordan. "Alex?" Danielle was watching me, concern etched on her face. "What's wrong?" I shook my head, forcing myself to keep moving. "Nothing. It's trying to confuse us." But the seed of doubt had been planted. The voice continued, revealing other secrets, other memories that only Jordan should know. With each revelation, my certainty wavered. The forest darkened as clouds gathered overhead, casting us into premature twilight. According to Coda's map, we were still an hour from the fire road. "We need to hurry," I said, picking up the pace. That's when we saw him. Jordan, standing in a clearing ahead, his clothes torn and dirty, face scratched but unmistakably him. "Thank God," he said, his voice breaking with relief. "I've been looking everywhere for you." Danny started forward automatically, but I caught her arm. "It's not him," I hissed. "How can you be sure?" she demanded, tears in her eyes. "Look at him." I was looking hard at the figure that appeared to be our friend. And I noticed something. Where Jordan stood, the forest seemed distorted. The trees behind him warped slightly, as if viewed through flawed glass. "Jordan," I called, keeping my distance. "If that's really you, cross the stream and come to us." The figure that looked like Jordan hesitated, glancing down at the small stream that separated us. I can't right now. My ankle's sprained. You need to help me across." Coda's words echoed in my mind. "It won't cross running water when the sun is up." "It's not him," I whispered to Danny. "We need to run, now." The thing wearing Jordan's face must have sensed our realization. Its expression changed, humanity draining away like water, leaving something ancient and predatory in its place. "You could have made this easy," it said, Jordan's voice distorting, stretching into something inhuman. "Now I'll wear your skin while you're still screaming inside." It began to change, Jordan's form melting and reshaping. Limbs elongated, joints reversed, skin rippling like cloth in the wind. What emerged was the gaunt, faceless creature we'd glimpsed earlier, but now it moved with purpose, no longer mimicking human movement. We ran. The thing followed, moving with impossible speed through the trees, always paralleling our path, never crossing the streams that intersected the trail. We sprinted desperately, following Coda's map through increasingly unfamiliar terrain. The clouds overhead thickened, and rain began to fall. Light at first, then in blinding sheets that turned the path to mud and the streams to surging torrents. "There," Daniela shouted over the downpour. "The fire road." Through the curtain of rain I could make out a wider path ahead, overgrown but clearly an old road cutting through the forest. Just as Coda had promised. We scrambled up the embankment, relief flooding through me as our feet hit the packed gravel surface. But our relief was short-lived. Standing in the middle of the road blocking our path was Coda, or something wearing Coda's shape. Rain lashed across the old fire road, turning the world into smears of gray and green. The figure that looked like Coda stood motionless in our path, rain streaming down his weathered face. "You made good time," he called, his voice carrying over the storm. "But you took a wrong turn near the end. The ranger station is this way." He gestured down the road in the opposite direction from what his map had indicated. Daniela exchanged glances, doubt clouding her features. I tightened my grip on the knife Coda had given us, its symbol seemingly alive in the rain. "Your map was clear," I replied, keeping my voice steady. "The ranger station is east." Dakota thing smiled, the expression not quite fitting on its borrowed face. The storms confused you. Trust me, I've lived in these woods for decades. Let's test that, I said, stepping forward. What did you give us to drink in your cabin? A flicker of uncertainty crossed the thing's face, there and gone in an instant. Tea, of course. What kind of tea? I pressed. The creature wearing Coda's skin hesitated just a fraction too long. Elderberry, for strength. Wrong. The tea had been bitter and sharp, nothing like the sweet tartness of elderberry. You're not Coda, I said, drawing the knife. And we're not following you anywhere. The false Coda's face contorted with rage, the human mask slipping to reveal something ancient and hungry beneath. Clever prey, it hissed, voice no longer human. But it won't save you. It began to change, Coda's form melting away like wax under flame. What emerged was the same gaunt, faceless creature we'd seen before, but now it seemed larger, more substantial, as if each person it mimicked added to its mass. "Run!" I shouted to Danny, pushing her ahead of me down the road. The creature lunged, impossibly fast. I slashed with the knife, feeling it connect with something solid yet yielding, like cutting through dense clay. The thing screeched, a sound that pierced the brain and set my teeth on edge. Black ichor spurted from the wound, sizzling where it hit the rain-soaked ground. The creature recoiled, its body twisting in unnatural angles as it retreated into the trees. "It's working," Daniela cried. "The knife is hurting it." But even as she spoke, the thing was changing again, this time splitting and dividing, one form becoming two. Within seconds, we faced both Jordan and Coda, standing side by side at the forest's edge. "Alex, please." Jordan's voice, perfect in its fear and desperation. "It's really me this time. That thing was pretending to be Coda, but I escaped. I've been following you." "Don't listen to him," the Coda figure warned. "That's not your friend. The real Jordan is dead." They were playing us against each other, creating doubt and confusion. But there was one thing Coda had told us. It can't mimic someone if you're looking directly at them. I kept my eyes fixed on both figures, watching for any slip in their performance. "If you're really Coda," I said, "tell me what's special about the knife you gave us." The Coda figure smiled grimly. "White ash and silver, marked with protective symbols. It can wound the Wanagiata, make it retreat." "Correct, but anyone who'd overheard our conversation in the cabin would know that." I turned to the Jordan figure. "And if you're really Jordan, tell me what happened in Chicago last year." Jordan's face softened with recognition. "We got drunk after the conference and ended up sleeping together. We promised not to tell anyone because we didn't want to complicate our friendship." Also correct. I felt my certainty wavering. What if one of them was real? The rain intensified, turning the fire road into a rushing stream. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the scene in stark, frozen moments. That's when I noticed it. During the lightning flash, both figures cast the same shadow. Not human-shaped at all, but something elongated and twisted with too many limbs. "They're both fake," I whispered to Danny. "We need to make a run for it." She nodded, her face pale but determined. On 3, 1, 2, a blinding lightning strike hit a nearby tree, the thunderclap immediate and deafening. In that moment of confusion, we bolted, sprinting down the fire road through the pouring rain. Behind us, the creatures howled in unison, a sound of rage and hunger that rose above the storm. They gave chase, no longer bothering with human movement, scuttling on all fours with impossible speed. The fire road stretched endlessly before us, each bend revealing only more wilderness. My lungs burned, muscles screaming as we pushed ourselves beyond exhaustion. "There," Danny gasped, pointing ahead. Through the rain I could make out a structure, the ranger station, its windows glowing with warm light. Just a quarter-mile away. The creatures were gaining on us, their inhuman speed closing the distance with each passing second. I could hear them behind us, breathing with wet, rattling sounds. "We're not going to make it," Danya cried, stumbling on the slick gravel. An idea struck me, desperate, probably suicidal, but our only chance. I stopped and turned to face our pursuers, the knife clutched in my shaking hand. "What are you doing?" Danny screamed. "Come on, get to the station," I shouted back. "I'll hold them off." "I'm not leaving you." "Go now. Now." The creatures approached rapidly, still wearing the forms of Jordan and Coda. They slowed as they saw me standing my ground, perhaps sensing a trap. "Last chance to surrender," the Jordan thing said, its voice almost gentle. "It doesn't have to hurt." I backed up slowly, drawing them away from Danny's escape route. "What happens to the people you take?" I asked, playing for time. "Are they still in there somewhere?" The creatures exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "They become part of us," the Coda thing explained, almost scholarly in its tone. "Their memories, their voices, their essence, nothing is wasted." "So Jordan is still alive in a way?" "In a way," it agreed, stepping closer. "He sees through our eyes now, feels what we feel." They were circling me now, moving with predatory patience. I continued backing up until I felt water at my heels, a drainage ditch beside the road swollen with rainwater. "You won't cross running water," I said. "That's one of your rules." The Jordan thing smiled, showing too many teeth. "Rules can be bent if hunger is great enough." In one fluid motion I slashed my own palm with the knife, letting blood mix with the rain. "Hungry for this," I taunted, holding up my bleeding hand. Both creatures froze, nostrils flaring on faces that shouldn't have had nostrils. Their forms wavered slightly, the human disguises becoming transparent around the edges. "Blood freely given has power," the Coda thing hissed. "You know not what you offer." I backed into the rushing water of the ditch, still holding my bleeding hand aloft. "Come and get it." They hesitated at the water's edge, ancient instinct warring with hunger. Then, with a sound like tearing cloth, they began to change. Human forms melting away, revealing their true nature. What stood before me now defied description. A twisting mass of limbs and faces, skin that shifted and flowed like liquid. Parts of it resembled Jordan, parts Coda, and parts something far older than humanity. It lunged across the water. I was counting on that. As the creature's mass hit the rushing current, I plunged the knife into the center of its writhing form. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The thing convulsed, its body rippling with shock waves that distorted its shape. It screamed with multiple voices, Jordan's, Coda's, and others I didn't recognize, all layered in a terrible chorus of agony. Black ichor erupted from the wound, mixing with the rainwater in my blood. Where they combined, the creature's flesh began to dissolve, melting away like sugar in hot water. I stumbled backward, watching in horror and fascination as the thing thrashed in the current, its mass diminishing with each second. It reached for me with desperate melting limbs, but the water carried it away, still shrieking, still dissolving. Within moments it was gone, leaving only a dark stain in the water that quickly dissipated. I stood there, rain washing the blood from my hand, knife still clutched in my fist. Had I killed it, wounded it, or merely dispersed it temporarily? A shout broke through my daze. Daniela was running toward me, accompanied by two figures in ranger uniforms. "Alex," she cried, throwing her arms around me. "You're alive. I made it to the station. They were about to start a search." The rangers approached cautiously, taking in my bloodied hand and the knife. "Ma'am, are you injured?" one asked, already reaching for a first aid kit. "I'm okay," I said automatically, though I wasn't sure if that was true. "But my friend, Jordan." "We'll organize a search party," the second ranger assured me. "But let's get you both to safety first. There's a storm warning in effect." As they led us toward the ranger station, I glanced back at the forest. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure watching from among the trees, not Jordan or Coda, but the old man from the cabin in the clearing. He raised a hand in salute, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. The official report listed Jordan as missing, presumed dead from exposure or animal attack. The search parties found no trace of him, nor of any cabin in the area we described. The rangers attributed our skinwalker story to trauma and exhaustion. Danny and I knew better, but we stopped trying to convince others. Some truths aren't meant to be shared. I still have the knife, though the symbols have faded to almost nothing. Sometimes, when the wind blows from the north and rain taps against my windows, I think I hear voices calling my name, my parents, Jordan, even my own voice pleading to be let in. I keep the windows locked on those nights, and I never ever answer. Because deep in the ancient forests, in the places where trails disappear and compasses fail, something waits that knows your face, your voice, your deepest secrets. Something that wants to wear your skin, and it remembers everyone who has ever escaped it. The dense canopy of pine trees loomed overhead, their branches stretching like gnarled fingers across the darkening sky. As I trudged along the narrow trail, my backpack heavy with camping gear, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The forest seemed to hold its breath, an eerie stillness broken only by the crunch of pine needles beneath my boots. I'd always been drawn to the wilderness, to the raw beauty and untamed spirit of nature, but this time something felt different. The Navajo reservation lands I was hiking through held an ancient power, a history steeped in legend and mystery. I'd heard whispers of strange creatures that roamed these woods, shapeshifters that blurred the line between man and beast. Skinwalkers, they called them. Growing up, my Navajo grandmother had told me stories of these malevolent beings. They were once medicine men, she'd say, her eyes distant with memory, who turned to dark magic for power. Now they walk the earth, neither human nor animal, hungry for chaos and misery. I'd always dismissed such tales as superstition, the kind of campfire stories meant to keep children in line. But as the shadows lengthened and the wind whispered through the trees, I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than I cared to admit. The sun was sinking fast as I reached the small clearing where I planned to make camp. I quickly set up my tent, my movements practiced and efficient after years of backcountry expeditions. As I worked, I tried to shake off the growing sense of unease that had dogged my steps all day. "You're being ridiculous," I muttered to myself, driving a tent stake into the soft earth with perhaps more force than necessary. "There's nothing out here but trees and rocks and maybe a few coyotes." But even as I said the words, I knew they rang hollow. There was something different about these woods, a presence that seemed to seep from the very ground beneath my feet. The air felt thick with anticipation, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. With my tent secured, I set about gathering firewood. The task helped calm my nerves, the familiar routine grounding me in the present moment. Soon a cheery blaze crackled in the fire pit, pushing back the encroaching darkness and filling the air with the comforting scent of wood smoke. As I sat by the fire, warming my hands and watching the flames dance, I couldn't help but think back to the warnings I'd received before setting out on this trip. The park ranger had raised an eyebrow when I told him my planned route, his weathered face creasing with concern. "You sure about that, son?" he'd asked, tapping a gnarled finger on the map. "That area's got a bad reputation. A lot of folks gone missing over the years." I'd brushed off his concerns, confident in my skills and experience. Now, as the night pressed in around my small circle of firelight, I wasn't so sure. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves seemed to carry a hint of menace. Trying to distract myself, I pulled out my journal and began to write, documenting the day's hike and my observations of the local flora and fauna. It was a habit I'd cultivated over years of solo trekking, a way to process my thoughts and maintain a record of my adventures. As I wrote, I found myself jotting down some of the old stories my grandmother had told me. Tales of skinwalkers and their dark powers, of cursed places where the veil between worlds grew thin. I sketched crude drawings in the margins, a coyote with human eyes, a man's face twisted into something bestial and wrong. The act of writing calmed me somewhat, and I began to feel foolish for letting my imagination run wild. I was a grown man, after all, with years of wilderness experience under my belt. What did I have to fear from old legends and campfire tales? But just as I was about to close my journal and turn in for the night, a sound cut through the quiet crackle of the fire. It was a howl, but unlike anything I'd ever heard before, it started low, almost human, before rising to a pitch that sent shivers down my spine. It was a sound of hunger, of rage, of something ancient and primal. I froze, my pen hovering above the page. Every muscle in my body tensed. The howl faded, leaving behind a silence so profound it seemed to press against my eardrums. Then, from somewhere in the darkness beyond my campfire's glow, came the snap of a breaking branch. Something was out there, watching me. And in that moment, as fear clawed its way up my throat, I knew with bone-deep certainty that the old stories were true. The legends were real, and I was no longer alone in these woods. The snap of the branch galvanized me into action. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My eyes strained against the darkness, searching for any sign of movement beyond the flickering circle of firelight. "Hello?" I called out, hating how my voice quavered. "Is someone there?" Only silence answered me, a silence so complete it seemed to swallow my words. I fumbled for my flashlight, cursing my shaking hands as I struggled to switch it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the twisted trunks of pine trees and dancing over dense underbrush. For a moment, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Then, just at the edge of the light's reach, I caught a glimpse of movement. Something large and dark slipped between the trees. There, and gone so quickly, I almost thought I'd imagined it. But the prickling of my skin and the cold sweat beading on my forehead told me otherwise. I retreated to my tent, zipping myself inside as if the thin fabric could offer any real protection. Sleep was out of the question. I lay awake, every sense hyper-alert, listening to the night sounds of the forest. The usual chorus of crickets and nightbirds was strangely absent, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or snap of a twig. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to overtake fear. My eyelids grew heavy, and I found myself drifting off despite my best efforts to stay awake. Just as I was about to succumb to sleep, a sound jolted me back to full alertness. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps circling my tent. I held my breath, straining my ears. The footfalls were unlike anything I'd heard before, not quite human, not quite animal. They moved with an unnatural gait, as if whatever was out there was unused to walking on two legs. The steps paused directly outside my tent. I could hear breathing now, deep and ragged. A shadow fell across the tent wall, backlit by the dying embers of my campfire. It was roughly human-shaped, but somehow wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed oddly jointed. I lay there paralyzed with terror as the shadow lingered. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Then finally, the footsteps resumed, moving away from my tent and fading into the forest. I didn't sleep at all that night. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, I emerged from my tent, half convinced I'd find signs of my nighttime visitor. But the campsite was undisturbed. No footprints marked the ground, no branches were broken in the underbrush. If not for the bone-deep exhaustion that weighed on me, I might have believed it had all been a nightmare. But as I packed up my gear with trembling hands, I knew the truth. Something had been out there in the darkness. And I had a sickening feeling that this was only the beginning. I hiked for hours that day, pushing myself harder than usual in an attempt to put as much distance as possible between myself and the previous night's campsite. The forest seemed different in the daylight, less menacing, but still charged with an energy I couldn't quite explain. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I began to encounter other hikers on the trail. The sight of fellow humans should have been reassuring. But instead, it only heightened my unease. Each face I passed seemed to hold a hint of wariness, a shadow of fear that mirrored my own. Around midday, I stopped to rest near a small stream. As I sat on a moss-covered log refilling my water bottle, I heard the crunch of approaching footsteps. An old man emerged from the trees, his weathered face creased with lines that spoke of a lifetime spent outdoors. "You shouldn't be here, young man," he said without preamble, his dark eyes fixed on me with unsettling intensity. I blinked, taken aback by his abruptness. "Excuse me?" The old man shook his head, leaning heavily on a gnarled walking stick. "These woods ain't safe, especially not for outsiders. There's things here that don't take kindly to trespassers." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the events of the previous night. "What kind of things?" I asked, though part of me dreaded the answer. The old man's eyes darted around, as if checking to make sure we were alone. When he spoke again, his voice was low and urgent. "The people call them Yinaldlushi, skinwalkers. They were once human, medicine men who turned to dark magic. Now they're something else entirely. Not quite human, not quite beast." I wanted to dismiss his words as the ramblings of a superstitious old man, but the memory of that inhuman shadow outside my tent was still too fresh. I think I might have seen something last night," I admitted. The old man's expression grew grave. "Then you're already marked. They'll be coming for you now, make no mistake." "Coming for me?" I echoed, a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. "What do you mean?" "Skinwalkers feed on fear and suffering," he explained. "Once they've chosen a victim, they'll torment them, drive them to the brink of madness. And then, when the poor soul is at their weakest—" He trailed off, but the implication was clear. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady as I asked, "How do I stop them?" The old man shook his head. "You can't stop them, son. Best you can do is try to survive. Get out of these woods as fast as you can, and whatever you do, don't let them catch you after dark." With that ominous warning, he turned and disappeared back into the forest, leaving me alone with my growing dread. I sat there for a long time, the gentle burble of the stream a stark contrast to the turmoil in my mind. Part of me wanted to heed the old man's advice, to turn back and flee these haunted woods. But a larger part, driven by a mix of stubbornness and morbid curiosity, urged me to press on. I had come here seeking adventure, after all. And what greater adventure could there be than confronting the stuff of legend? As I shouldered my pack and continued down the trail, I tried to convince myself that I was making the right choice. I was an experienced hiker, well prepared for the challenges of the wilderness. Surely I could handle whatever these woods might throw at me. But as the day wore on and the shadows began to lengthen once more, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making a terrible mistake. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming ever taller, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Every rustle in the underbrush, every distant bird call sent my heart racing. More than once I caught glimpses of movement just at the corner of my vision, a flicker of something dark and swift, always gone before I could get a proper look. By the time I made camp that evening, my nerves were stretched to the breaking point. As I went through the motions of setting up my tent and gathering firewood, I found myself jumping at every sound, my eyes constantly scanning the deepening shadows. The old man's warning echoed in my mind. Don't let them catch you after dark. As night fell and the first stars began to appear overhead, I huddled close to my campfire, willing its warm glow to keep the terrors of the forest at bay. But even as I stared into the flames, I couldn't shake the certainty that something was out there in the darkness, watching and waiting. And as the night deepened around me, I realized with growing horror that my ordeal was far from over. The attack came just before dawn, when the world was still shrouded in that eerie half-light that blurs the line between night and day. I had dozed off despite my best efforts to stay awake, lulled into a false sense of security by the quiet of the pre-dawn forest. A blood-curdling howl shattered the silence, jolting me awake with such force that I nearly toppled over. Before I could fully register what was happening, something large and dark burst from the underbrush, charging straight for my campsite. In the dim light I caught only glimpses of my attacker, matted fur, unnaturally long limbs, and eyes that glowed with an unholy red light. The sight of it sent a jolt of primal terror through me, every instinct screaming that this was something that should not exist. I scrambled to my feet, abandoning my gear and fleeing into the forest with nothing but the clothes on my back. Behind me I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush, its harsh breathing and the snap of breaking branches spurring me to run faster than I'd ever run before. The forest was a blur around me as I tore through it, heedless of the branches that whipped at my face and the roots that threatened to trip me. My lungs burned, and my legs ached, but terror kept me moving, kept me just ahead of whatever hellish thing pursued me. I had no idea how long I ran or in what direction. All sense of time and direction was lost in the frantic flight. The only thought in my mind was to keep moving, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the monster behind me. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I burst through a line of trees and found myself on the edge of a steep ravine. Far below, I could hear the rush of water, a river swollen with spring runoff. For a moment, I teetered on the brink, my momentum nearly carrying me over. The sound of crashing underbrush behind me made the decision for me. Without allowing myself time to think, I leapt off the edge of the ravine. For a heart-stopping moment, I was in freefall. Then I hit the water with a shock that drove the air from my lungs. The current caught me immediately, sweeping me downstream with terrifying speed. I fought to keep my head above water, gasping for air whenever I could. Rocks and debris battered me as I was pulled along, helpless in the grip of the raging river. I have no idea how long I was in the water. It could have been minutes or hours. All I know is that eventually the current slackened enough for me to make my way to the shore. I dragged myself onto a muddy bank, coughing and retching, my entire body aching from the ordeal. As I lay there trying to catch my breath, I became aware of a presence. Slowly, dreading what I might see, I raised my head. There, on the opposite bank of the river, stood the creature that had chased me. In the growing light of dawn, I could see it clearly for the first time, and the sight of it made my blood run cold. It stood upright like a man, but that's where any resemblance to humanity ended. Its body was covered in patchy, mangy fur, and its limbs were too long, too jointed. But it was the face that truly horrified me. It was a terrible amalgamation of human and animal features, a wolf's muzzle grafted onto a distorted human skull, with eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. For a long moment, we stared at each other across the rushing water. Then, slowly, deliberately, the creature raised a clawed hand and pointed directly at me. The message was clear. This wasn't over. It would find me again. Then, with a motion almost too quick for my eye to follow, it turned and melted back into the forest, leaving me alone with the knowledge that my nightmare was far from over. I don't know how long I lay there on the riverbank, shivering and shell-shocked. The sun had fully risen by the time I found the strength to move, to take stock of my situation. I had lost everything. My pack, my supplies, even my shoes had been torn away by the river. I was miles from any trail, soaking wet, and being hunted by something out of humanity's darkest nightmares. As I staggered to my feet, wincing at the pain that seemed to radiate from every part of my body, I knew I had only two choices: find my way back to civilization, or die in these God-forsaken woods. With one last look at the spot where the skinwalker had stood, I turned and began to walk, following the course of the river. I had no idea where it would lead me, but it was my only hope of finding my way out of this forest that now seemed more like a prison. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching me from the shadows of the trees. The skinwalker was out there, somewhere, biding its time, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that when night fell again, the hunt would resume. As I trudged along the riverbank, my sodden clothes clinging uncomfortably to my skin, my mind raced with questions. What exactly was the creature that had attacked me? How could I hope to defend myself against something that seemed to defy the laws of nature? I found myself wishing I had paid more attention to my grandmother's stories. The tales she would tell on long winter nights when the wind howled outside our small reservation home. She had spoken of skinwalkers often, her voice dropping to a whisper as if afraid the very mention of them might summon the creatures. Now, as I picked my way over slippery rocks and around fallen trees, I tried to piece together everything I could remember from those old stories. Skinwalkers, or Yinalbluej in the Navajo language, were once human. They were said to be medicine men or women who had turned to dark magic, trading their humanity for supernatural powers. The transformation came at a terrible price. They had to commit an unspeakable act, often the murder of a close family member, to gain their abilities. Once transformed, skinwalkers could take on the shape of animals, most commonly wolves, coyotes, owls, or crows, but the transformation was never perfect. There was always something off about their appearance. something that betrayed their true nature to those who knew what to look for. They were creatures of pure malevolence, my grandmother had said. They delighted in causing fear and suffering, stalking their victims and driving them to the brink of madness before finally striking. Some stories claimed they could read minds or control thoughts. Others said they could curse their victims with sickness or bad luck. As I walked, I found myself muttering protective prayers under my breath, half-remembered phrases in Navajo that my grandmother had taught me. Whether they held any real power or not, they gave me a small measure of comfort in the face of the terror that lurked in these woods. The sun had passed its zenith and was beginning its slow descent towards the western horizon when I stumbled upon signs of human habitation. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. After hours of nothing but wilderness, the sight of a small, ramshackle cabin seemed almost too good to be true. As I approached, I saw that the cabin was old and clearly abandoned. The wood was weathered gray, and vines crept up the walls. The windows were dark, some of the panes cracked or missing entirely. But it was shelter, and at that moment, it looked like salvation. I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside, my eyes taking a moment to adjust to the gloom. The interior was sparse. A rusty wood stove in one corner, a sagging bed frame against the far wall, and a few shelves lined with dusty jars and old books. It was the books that caught my attention. Moving closer, I saw that many of them were handwritten journals, their leather covers cracked and faded with age. With trembling hands, I pulled one from the shelf and opened it. The pages were filled with a spidery, almost frantic handwriting. As I began to read, I realized I had stumbled upon something extraordinary: the personal records of someone who had devoted their life to studying skinwalkers. The author, whose name was never given, wrote of encounters with the creatures, of rituals to ward them off, and of the terrible price paid by those who sought to become skinwalkers. There were detailed drawings, too, sketches of half-human, half-animal monstrosities that made my skin crawl. One passage, in particular, caught my eye. The skinwalker's power is rooted in fear. They feed on it, grow stronger from it. To face one is to face your deepest terrors made flesh. But therein lies their weakness. Conquer your fear, and you rob them of their strength. Stand firm in the face of their horror, and they become little more than twisted shadows, powerless in the light of human courage. I read until the fading light made it impossible to continue. As darkness fell, I barricaded the cabin door as best I could and huddled in a corner, the journal clutched to my chest like a talisman. Outside, I could hear the forest come alive with night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But underneath it all was a deeper silence, a waiting stillness that set my nerves on edge. I knew the skinwalker. As night deepened, the sounds of the forest grew more ominous. Every creak and rustle seemed amplified, my senses hyper-aware of the danger lurking in the darkness. I sat with my back against the wall, the old journal open on my lap, desperately searching for any information that might help me survive. A sudden silence fell over the woods, so complete it made my ears ring. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, came that terrible howl, the same unearthly sound that had heralded the skinwalker's first attack. My heart pounded as heavy footsteps approached the cabin. There was a moment of stillness, then a thunderous impact as something slammed against the door. The flimsy barricade I'd constructed shuddered but held. Another impact. Wood splintered. I scrambled to my feet, looking wildly around for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on the rusty wood stove. Next to it lay a cast-iron poker, forgotten by the cabin's previous occupant. I lunged for it just as the door burst inward with a crash of splintering wood. The skinwalker filled the doorway, its misshapen form silhouetted against the night sky. Those glowing red eyes fixed on me, filled with hunger and malice. For a moment we stood frozen, hunter and prey locked in a terrifying tableau. Then, with a snarl that was more felt than heard, the creature sprang at me. I swung the poker wildly, more out of panic than any real skill. By sheer luck, the iron connected with the skinwalker's shoulder, eliciting a howl of pain and rage. The creature recoiled, giving me just enough time to dart past it and out into the night. The chase resumed, But this time, I had a destination in mind. I ran through the dark forest, branches whipping at my face, the skinwalker's harsh breathing close behind me. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, gaining on me with every stride. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I burst into a small clearing. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, ancient and weathered. I recognized it from a drawing in the journal, a sacred site, used by shamans in rituals of protection and power. Without hesitation, I sprinted to the center of the circle. As I crossed the threshold between the stones, I felt a tingling sensation, as if I'd passed through an invisible barrier. I whirled around, the iron poker held before me like a sword. The skinwalker skidded to a halt at the edge of the stone circle. It paced back and forth, snarling in frustration. It seemed unable, or unwilling, to cross the boundary of the sacred site. For a moment we were at an impasse. I stood in the center of the circle, panting heavily, while the skinwalker prowled its perimeter. Its red eyes never left me, burning with a hatred that was terrifyingly human. Then, slowly, the creature began to change. Its form shimmered and blurred, melting like wax. When it solidified again, a man stood before me, or something that looked like a man. He was tall and gaunt, with long gray hair and skin that seemed to hang loosely on his frame, but his eyes were the same, glowing red orbs filled with malevolence. "You can't stay in there forever," the skinwalker said, its voice a rasping growl that scraped against my ears. "Sooner or later you'll have to come out, and when you do, I'll be waiting." I gripped the poker tighter, my palms slick with sweat. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear from my voice. "Why me?" The skinwalker's mouth stretched into a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. "Why not you?" it hissed. "Your fear is exquisite. I haven't tasted terror like yours in a very long time." As it spoke, I felt a pressure building in my mind, as if something was trying to claw its way inside. I remembered the journal's warnings about the skinwalker's mental powers, and fought to strengthen my resolve. "You can't have me," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "I'm not afraid of you." The skinwalker's eyes narrowed. "Liar," it snarled. "I can smell your fear. It rolls off you in waves." But even as it spoke, I realized something. Yes, I was afraid, terrified in fact. But underlying that fear was something else. Anger, determination, a refusal to let this monster win. I straightened my spine, meeting the skinwalker's gaze directly. "You're right," I said. "I am afraid, but I'm not going to let that fear control me. I'm not going to let you win." For the first time, I saw uncertainty flicker in those inhuman eyes. The pressure in my mind eased slightly. I pressed my advantage, taking a step forward. "You feed on fear," I continued, recalling the words from the journal. "You need it. But what happens when your prey refuses to be afraid?" The skinwalker snarled, but there was a note of desperation in the sound now. It paced faster, its form flickering between human and beast as if it was losing control of its shape. I didn't know how long I could maintain this facade of courage. But as the night wore on and the skinwalker continued its relentless vigil, I clung to one thought. I just had to hold out until dawn. Somehow, I had to survive the night. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. I stood in the center of the stone circle, muscles tense, gripping the iron poker so tightly my knuckles turned white. The skinwalker never stopped its restless pacing, alternating between its bestial form and the grotesque human shape it had revealed. Sometimes it fell silent for long stretches, watching me with those burning red eyes. Other times it spoke, its words a mix of threats and temptations, trying to lure me out of the protective circle. "You're only prolonging the inevitable," it growled during one of these periods. "Come out now, and I promise to make it quick. Stay, and I'll ensure your last moments are filled with such exquisite agony that you'll beg for death." I said nothing, focusing on controlling my breathing, on not showing the fear that still churned in my gut. The journal had been clear. Engaging with a skinwalker, even verbally, could give it power over you. As the night wore on, exhaustion began to take its toll. My legs trembled with the effort of standing. and my eyes burned with the need for sleep. Several times I caught myself starting to drift off, only to jerk awake with a surge of panic. The skinwalker noticed my fatigue. Its attacks became more frequent, more vicious. It hurled itself at the invisible barrier of the stone circle, howling in rage and frustration when it was repelled. Each impact sent a shudder through the air, like ripples in a pond. During one of these assaults, I noticed something that gave me a glimmer of hope. The skinwalker seemed to be weakening. Its movements were slower, less coordinated. The shifts between its forms became more erratic, as if it was struggling to maintain its shape. I remembered what I'd read in the journal about the nature of skinwalkers. They drew their power from fear and darkness. As the night waned, and my own terror began to subside, replaced by a numb sort of determination, was the creature growing weaker. This realization gave me strength. I straightened my posture, lifting my chin defiantly. "You're the one prolonging the inevitable," I called out, my voice hoarse but steady. "The night's almost over. What happens to you when the sun comes up?" The skinwalker snarled, a sound of pure hatred. "Fool, do you think the light will save you? I am eternal, undying. I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth." But there was an edge of desperation in its voice now, a hint of fear that hadn't been there before. It redoubled its efforts to break through the barrier, hurling itself at the invisible wall again and again. I braced myself, expecting each impact to be the one that finally shattered my sanctuary. But the barrier held, and with each failed attempt, the skinwalker's fury seemed to drain a little more of its strength. As the eastern sky began to lighten, the creature's attacks became frantic, almost panicked. It shifted rapidly between forms: wolf, coyote, owl, man, as if unable to settle on a single shape. "This isn't over," it hissed, its voice distorting as it spoke. "You've won nothing. I'll find you again when you least expect it. You'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, jumping at shadows. Your fear will sustain me, even if I can't taste your flesh." The first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. As the light touched the standing stones, they seemed to come alive, glowing with an inner fire. The skinwalker howled, a sound of agony and defeat. Its form began to dissolve, wisps of shadow streaming away like smoke in the wind. Those terrible red eyes fixed on me one last time, filled with a hatred so intense it made me flinch. Then, as the sun cleared the treetops and flooded the clearing with light, the skinwalker simply ceased to be. One moment it was there, a roiling mass of shadow and malevolence. The next it was gone, leaving nothing behind but a lingering sense of wrongness in the air. I stood there for a long time, unable to quite believe it was over. My legs finally gave out, and I sank to my knees in the dew-wet grass. The iron poker slipped from my nerveless fingers as the full weight of what I'd endured crashed over me. Exhaustion, relief, and lingering terror warred within me. I don't know how long I knelt there, shaking and gasping for breath, but gradually I became aware of the normal sounds of the forest returning. Birdsong, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. The nightmare was over. I had survived the night. But as the adrenaline faded and my mind cleared, I realized that my ordeal might not be truly finished. The skinwalker's final threat echoed in my memory. Would I ever really be safe? Or would I spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, wondering if every shadow concealed a monster? With trembling legs, I forced myself to stand. I had to get out of these woods, find my way back to civilization. And then I had some serious thinking to do about the nature of reality and the things that lurk in the dark corners of the world. As I stumbled out of the stone circle and began the long trek back towards what I hoped was safety, one thought kept repeating in my mind. Nothing would ever be the same again. The journey out of the forest was a blur of exhaustion and paranoia. Every snapping twig made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to hide potential threats. But no skinwalker appeared. No monstrous shape lunged from the underbrush. By mid-afternoon, I stumbled onto a hiking trail, and an hour later, I encountered a group of startled day hikers who quickly called for help. The next few days passed in a whirlwind of medical examinations. police interviews, and concerned family members. I told a heavily edited version of events, leaving out anything supernatural. Even so, I could see the doubt in people's eyes. They attributed my wild story to dehydration, exhaustion, and the trauma of being lost in the woods. Perhaps they were right. In the harsh light of day, surrounded by the trappings of modern civilization, it was tempting to believe that it had all been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. But then I would catch a glimpse of my reflection. Eyes haunted, cheekbones sharp from weight loss, skin pale from fear, and I would know the truth. What I had experienced was all too real. Weeks passed. I tried to return to my normal life but found it impossible. How could I care about mundane things like work deadlines or social engagements when I knew what really lurked in the shadows of the world? I grew distant from friends and family, unable to share the truth of what had happened to me. Sleep became my enemy. Every night I would relive the terror of the skinwalker's pursuit. I would wake up gasping, sheets tangled around me, the echo of that inhuman howl ringing in my ears. Dark circles formed under my eyes, and people began to whisper about my increasingly erratic behavior. In desperation, I turned to research. I spent countless hours in libraries and online forums, searching for any information I could find on skinwalkers and other supernatural phenomena. Most of what I found was clearly fiction or the ramblings of conspiracy theorists. But here and there, buried in obscure folklore and half-forgotten legends, I found grains of truth that resonated with my experience. I wasn't the only one who had encountered something inexplicable in those woods. There were other stories, hikers who had gone missing, only to return days or weeks later with no memory of where they had been, campers who spoke of eerie howls in the night and glimpses of impossible creatures, and always, the warnings from local tribes to stay out of certain areas, especially after dark. As I dug deeper, I began to see patterns. The skinwalker that had hunted me wasn't an isolated incident. There were similar legends all over the world, shapeshifters and night creatures that preyed on human fear. The names and details varied, but the core was always the same. Beings that straddled the line between human and animal, that drew power from terror and darkness. Slowly, a plan began to form in my mind. I couldn't simply return to my old life, pretending that nothing had changed. The skinwalker had opened my eyes to a hidden world, a reality that most people never glimpsed. I had a responsibility now, to learn more, to understand these creatures and perhaps find ways to protect others from them. It wasn't an easy decision. I knew that pursuing this path would mean leaving behind everything familiar, potentially putting myself in danger again. But I also knew that I would never be able to rest, never be able to feel truly safe, until I understood more about what I had experienced. So I made my preparations quietly. I liquidated my assets, said goodbye to puzzled friends and worried family members, and set out on a journey with no clear destination. My goal was simple, if daunting, to seek out other encounters with the supernatural, to gather knowledge and perhaps find others who had experienced similar things. As I write these words, I'm sitting in a small motel room in northern Arizona. Tomorrow, I'll be meeting with a Navajo elder who has agreed to speak with me about the legends of his people. From there, who knows, there are stories to investigate in the Pacific Northwest, in the bayous of Louisiana, in the remote forests of Eastern Europe. I don't know where this path will lead me. I don't know if I'll ever truly understand what happened to me in those woods, or if I'll find a way to protect others from similar encounters. But I do know this: the world is stranger and more terrifying than most people realize. There are things out there in the darkness, ancient and powerful beings that view humanity as little more than prey. But we're not helpless. Knowledge is power. Understanding these creatures, learning their weaknesses, might be our best defense against them. And so I'll continue my search, continue to delve into the shadows of the world. Sometimes, late at night when the memories are particularly vivid, I wonder if I made the right choice. Wouldn't it have been easier to try to forget, to dismiss my encounter as a bad dream or a moment of madness? Perhaps. But then I remember the skinwalker's final threat, that I would spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. If that's to be my fate, I'd rather face those shadows head on. I'd rather shine a light into the darkness and see what's really there. Because in the end, that's the only way to truly conquer our fears, to face them, understand them, and refuse to let them control us. The Skinwalker opened my eyes to a hidden world. Now it's up to me to explore it, to map the boundaries between the known and the unknown. It's a daunting task, but also an exhilarating one. Because who knows what other wonders and terrors I might discover along the way. As I prepare for sleep, knowing that nightmares likely await me, I find comfort in one thought. I survived my encounter with the Skinwalker. I faced one of the most terrifying creatures imaginable and lived to tell the tale. Whatever else this journey might bring, I'll face it with the knowledge that I'm stronger than I ever knew. The shadows may be deep, and the creatures within them terrifying. But as long as there are those willing to shine a light into the darkness, there's hope, and that in the end is what keeps me going. That's what drives me forward into the unknown. The crisp autumn air filled my lungs as I stepped out of my car, stretching after the long drive into the Navajo Nation. The sun was setting, painting the sky in vibrant oranges and purples that reflected off the red rocks surrounding me. I had driven for hours to reach this remote campsite, seeking solitude and a chance to reconnect with nature. As I unloaded my gear, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced around, seeing nothing but the vast expanse of desert and the looming forest beyond. Shrugging off the sensation, I chalked it up to city nerves adjusting to the wilderness. I had always been drawn to the outdoors, but this trip was different. For months, I had been researching Native American folklore, particularly the legends of the Skinwalker. These shape-shifting creatures fascinated and terrified me in equal measure. The Navajo people spoke of them in hushed tones, evil witches who could take on the form of animals at will. As I set up my tent, I recalled the warnings I'd received from the locals in the last town I'd passed through. "Don't go out there alone," an old woman had cautioned. Her eyes clouded with cataracts but still sharp with fear. "The land is sacred, and it doesn't take kindly to outsiders." But I was here for precisely that reason. To understand, to experience, perhaps even to catch a glimpse of the inexplicable. I had convinced myself that the legends were just that, legends. Yet as the shadows lengthened and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, I couldn't help but feel a shiver of apprehension. With my camp established, I sat by the small fire I'd built, warming my hands and listening to the sounds of the night. Coyotes howled in the distance, their eerie calls echoing across the landscape. The wind whispered through the juniper trees, carrying with it the scent of sage and dust. As I prepared a simple meal of canned beans and jerky, I pulled out my journal, jotting down my initial impressions and the strange sense of unease that had settled over me. I had always been a skeptic, but something about this place made me question my certainties. Day 1, I wrote, arrived at camp just before sunset. The area is beautiful, but there's an undeniable tension in the air. It feels as if the land itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I paused, pen hovering over the page, as a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond my fire's glow. My head jerked up, eyes straining to penetrate the gloom. For a moment, I thought I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the firelight, but when I blinked, they were gone. Heart pounding, I closed my journal and quickly finished my meal. As I cleaned up, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made a terrible mistake in coming here alone. The stories I had dismissed as superstition suddenly felt all too real. As I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I tried to rationalize my fears. This was just an unfamiliar environment, and my imagination was running wild. Tomorrow, in the light of day, everything would seem less ominous. But sleep eluded me. Every rustle of leaves, every distant animal cry, had me sitting up, straining my ears. And then, just as exhaustion was finally starting to overtake me, I heard it, a sound that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was a laugh, but not a human laugh. It was high-pitched, almost a cackle, with an undercurrent of menace that made my skin crawl. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing off the rocks and through the trees. I lay there paralyzed with fear as the laughter faded away, leaving behind a silence more terrifying than any sound. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that I was not alone in these woods. Something was out there, something that defied rational explanation. As the first light of dawn began to seep into my tent, I finally drifted into a fitful sleep, haunted by dreams of shadowy figures that moved with inhuman grace and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Little did I know this was only the beginning of a journey that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the world and the thin veil that separates reality from the realm of legend. I awoke to the sound of birds chirping, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. As the events of the previous night came rushing back, I sat up abruptly, my heart racing. The morning light filtering through the tent walls seemed to mock my nocturnal fears, and I chided myself for letting my imagination run wild. Unzipping the tent, I stepped out into the crisp morning air. The campsite looked peaceful, untouched by whatever terrors my mind had conjured in the dark. I stretched, feeling my muscles protest after a night of fitful sleep. As I moved to start a fire for breakfast, something caught my eye. There, in the soft dirt near my tent, was a set of tracks. My breath caught in my throat as I knelt to examine them. They were unlike anything I had ever seen before, too large for a coyote, but not quite right for a wolf or a mountain lion. The shape was all wrong, almost as if... I shook my head, refusing to complete the thought. There had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light, or maybe I was seeing patterns where none existed. Still, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that settled in the pit of my stomach. Trying to distract myself, I busied myself with breakfast and planning the day's hike. I had come here to explore, after all, and I was determined not to let my overactive imagination ruin the trip. As I packed my day pack, I hesitated before adding my camera. Part of me wanted to document the strange tracks, but another part feared what else I might capture on film. In the end, curiosity won out, and I slipped the camera in alongside my water and trail mix. The sun was climbing higher as I set out, following a faint trail that wound its way through the juniper and pinyon pines. The scent of sage filled the air, and for a while I lost myself in the simple pleasure of the hike. But as the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow that moved in the corner of my eye, set my nerves on edge. More than once, I spun around, certain I would catch a glimpse of whatever was stalking me, only to find nothing but empty trail behind me. It was mid-afternoon when I stumbled upon the cave. Half hidden by a tumble of rocks, it gaped like a wound in the red sandstone cliff face. Something about it drew me in, a pull I couldn't quite explain. As I approached, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The air around the cave entrance felt different, heavier, charged with an energy I couldn't name. Against my better judgment, I clicked on my flashlight and stepped inside. The beam of light revealed ancient petroglyphs carved into the cave walls. Most were familiar, figures of men and animals, hunting scenes, and symbols I recognized from my research. But one image made me gasp out loud. There, etched into the stone with unmistakable clarity, was a figure that could only be described as a man transforming into an animal. The head was elongated, caught between human and canine, and the body was twisted in an impossible contortion. With shaking hands, I raised my camera and snapped a photo. The flash illuminated the cave for a split second, and in that moment, I swear I saw something move in the shadows at the back of the cave. Panic seized me, and I bolted, not stopping until I was back in the sunlight, gasping for air. As my heart rate slowly returned to normal, I tried to make sense of what I had seen. Was it just a trick of the light, or had I stumbled upon something that was never meant to be found? With trembling fingers, I checked the photo on my camera. The petroglyph was there, clear as day, but in the background, barely visible in the shadows, was a pair of glowing eyes. The sun was beginning to set as I made my way back to camp, casting long shadows that seemed to reach for me with grasping fingers. The events at the cave had left me shaken, and every snapping twig or rustling leaf had me jumping. As I approached my campsite, I noticed something was off. At first I couldn't put my finger on it, but then I realized my tent was open. I was certain I had zipped it closed before leaving that morning. Heart pounding, I approached cautiously. Nothing seemed to be missing, but my belongings had been rifled through, sleeping bag unzipped and backpack contents strewn about. As I began to clean up, a glint of something caught my eye. There, half buried in the dirt, was a small silver pendant. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. It was intricately carved with symbols I didn't recognize, warm to the touch despite the cool evening air. As I examined it, a gust of wind whipped through the camp, carrying with it what sounded like whispered words in a language I didn't understand. I spun around searching for the source, but I was alone. Or was I? The pendant seemed to grow heavier in my hand, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw the symbols shimmer and change. Unnerved, I slipped it into my pocket, unsure of what to do with it, but certain I couldn't leave it behind. As night fell, I built up the fire, hoping its light would keep at bay whatever was lurking in the darkness. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled into something far beyond my understanding, something ancient and dangerous. I tried to distract myself by reviewing the photos I had taken that day. The image of the petroglyph was clear, the transforming figure etched in stark relief against the cave wall. But as I zoomed in on those glowing eyes in the background, a chill ran down my spine. They seemed to stare back at me from the small screen, filled with an intelligence that was decidedly not animal. A branch snapped in the darkness beyond the fire's glow, and I nearly dropped the camera. I peered into the night, straining to see what was out there. For a moment, I thought I saw a tall, elongated silhouette at the edge of the trees, but when I blinked, it was gone. Sleep was out of the question. I sat by the fire, jumping at every sound, the pendant a constant weight in my pocket. As the hours crept by, I found myself humming under my breath, an old Navajo protection song I had learned during my research. Whether it was actually keeping anything at bay or just soothing my frayed nerves, I couldn't say. Just before dawn, as the sky began to lighten, I heard it again, that high, inhuman laugh that had terrified me the first night. This time, though, it was closer, much closer, and it was answered by another laugh, then another, until the air was filled with a cacophony of otherworldly mirth. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, the laughter abruptly ceased, leaving behind a silence so profound it seemed to ring in my ears. I sat there, shaking, as the new day dawned, wondering what horrors it would bring. As soon as it was light enough, I broke camp, my hands shaking as I packed up my gear. I couldn't stay here another night. That much was clear. But as I shouldered my backpack and prepared to hike out, I realized I couldn't leave either. Not without answers. I decided to head to the nearest Navajo community, hoping to find someone who could shed light on what was happening. The hike took most of the morning, and by the time I reached the small cluster of houses, the sun was high in the sky. An old man sat in front of one of the houses, his weathered face creased with lines of wisdom and sorrow. As I approached, his dark eyes seemed to look right through me, and I had the unsettling feeling that he knew exactly why I was there. "You've seen them, haven't you?" he said without preamble, his voice gravelly with age. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. He sighed heavily, gesturing for me to sit beside him. "I told them not to let outsiders camp in that area. It's not safe. The veil is thin there, and they walk freely." "They?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "The skinwalkers," he replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Yinald Lushi, the ones who walk on all fours." I pulled the silver pendant from my pocket, holding it out to him. "I found this at my campsite. Do you know what it means?" The old man recoiled as if I'd offered him a venomous snake. "Where did you get that?" he demanded, his eyes wide with fear. I explained about the intruder in my tent, the whispers on the wind. With each word, the elder's face grew graver. "You've been marked," he said finally. "The pendant is an invitation and a trap. They're trying to lure you in, to make you one of them." A chill ran down my spine. "How? Why me?" The old man shook his head. "The ways of the skinwalkers are ancient and evil. They seek to corrupt, to twist the natural order, and they are always looking for new blood. He leaned in close, his voice urgent. Listen carefully. You must leave this place immediately. Go back to where you came from and never return. Salt your doorways, burn sage, and whatever you do, do not look back. But what about the pendant? I asked, still holding the silver token. Leave it here, he said. I will dispose of it properly. But know this, even without it, they may still come for you. The skinwalkers do not give up easily once they've chosen a target. As I stood to leave, the old man grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. Remember, he said, his eyes boring into mine, if you hear your name called in the night, do not answer. If you see a loved one in the distance, do not approach. And if you feel the urge to look behind you, resist with all your might, for once you acknowledge them, they can take you. I thanked him, my mind reeling from everything I'd learned. As I turned to go, he called out one last warning. The journey back is when you'll be most vulnerable. They'll try to confuse you, to make you doubt your senses. Stay on the path no matter what you see or hear, and may the holy people protect you. With those ominous words ringing in my ears, I set out for my car, hoping against hope that I could outrun the terror that seemed to be closing in from all sides. The sun was already low in the sky by the time I reached my car. Every instinct screamed at me to jump in and drive away as fast as I could, but I knew better than to travel these roads at night. Reluctantly, I decided to spend one more night in the area, this time at a small motel just off the reservation. As I checked in, the desk clerk gave me an odd look. You okay, mister? You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a laugh, trying to sound casual. Just a long day of hiking. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. But sleep was the furthest thing from my mind as I locked myself in the small, musty room. I salted the doorway and windows as the old man had instructed, and burned the small bundle of sage I had in my pack. The pungent smoke filled the room, and I hoped it would be enough to keep any malevolent forces at bay. As night fell, I huddled on the bed, every sense on high alert. The hours crept by, marked only by the flickering of the neon vacancy sign outside my window and the occasional passing car on the distant highway. Just after midnight, I heard it, a soft scratching at my door. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just the wind or maybe a stray animal, but then it came again, more insistent this time, accompanied by a low guttural growl that was decidedly not from any animal I knew. I held my breath, praying that whatever was out there would go away. The scratching intensified, and then, to my horror, I heard a voice, my voice, calling from outside. Hello? Is anyone there? I need help. Every instinct screamed at me to open the door, to help this other me that sounded so lost and afraid. But the old man's warning echoed in my mind, and I clenched my fists, forcing myself to stay put. The voice called again, more desperate this time, but I squeezed my eyes shut and began to recite every prayer I could remember. In English, in Navajo, in half-remembered Latin from my Catholic school days. I'm not sure how long I sat there, shaking and praying, but eventually the scratching stopped and the voice faded away. When I finally dared to open my eyes, watery sunlight was seeping through the curtains. I was out of the room and in my car before the sun had fully risen, driving east as fast as I dared on the winding desert roads. But my ordeal was far from over. As I drove, the landscape seemed to shift and change around me. More than once I could have sworn I saw impossible things out of the corner of my eye. A tree bending to look at me as I passed, a rock formation that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at it, shadows that ran alongside my car keeping pace even at 60 miles an hour. And always, always the feeling of being watched, of being pursued by something just beyond the limits of my perception. I drove for hours, stopping only when absolutely necessary for gas or a quick bathroom break. Each time I left the relative safety of my car, I felt exposed, vulnerable. I swore I could hear that high, cackling laugh on the wind, growing closer with each passing mile. As night began to fall again, I realized with growing dread that I had somehow gotten turned around. The landmarks weren't right, the roads unfamiliar. Panic began to set in as I understood that I was lost, my sense of direction completely skewed. I pulled over trying to get my bearings when movement in my rearview mirror caught my eye. There, in the gathering gloom, was a figure, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in all the wrong places. It was still far behind me, but it was moving with a speed that defied logic, eating up the distance between us. With a strangled cry, I threw the car into gear and floored it, no longer caring about the twisting road or the deepening night. All that mattered was putting as much distance as possible between me and that nightmarish figure. As I drove, more shapes emerged from the darkness, running alongside my car. I caught glimpses of twisted faces, of eyes that glowed with an unholy light, of teeth too sharp and numerous to be natural. They kept pace effortlessly, no matter how fast I drove. I don't know how long I fled through the night. My world narrowed to the cone of my headlights and the horrors that lurked just beyond. But as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, I saw something that made me sob with relief, a sign for the interstate. As I merged onto the highway, pointing my car towards home and civilization, I finally dared to look in my rearview mirror again. The road behind me was empty, the desert innocent and calm in the morning light. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that this wasn't over. The skinwalkers had marked me, and no matter how far I ran, a part of me would always be looking over my shoulder, wondering when they would come for me again. The weeks following my return home were a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid days. I jumped at every shadow, flinched at every unexpected sound. My friends and family noticed the change in me, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had happened. Who would believe me? I threw myself into research, spending countless hours poring over books on Navajo folklore and the history of skinwalker legends. I scoured the internet for similar accounts, for any shred of information that might help me understand what I had experienced. But the more I learned, the more terrified I became. The stories I found were nightmarish, tales of people driven mad by their encounters, of entire families disappearing without a trace, of curses that spanned generations. One night, about a month after my return, I woke to the sound of scratching at my bedroom window. My heart nearly stopped as I saw a shadowy figure silhouetted against the glass, but when I blinked, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if it had ever been there at all. These incidents continued, growing more frequent and more intense. Sometimes it was just a feeling of being watched. Other times it was more overt, claw marks on my door that hadn't been there the night before, strange tracks in the mud of my garden, that same high, inhuman laughter echoing through my house in the dead of night. I began to withdraw from my friends and family, afraid that whatever was haunting me might target them as well. I lost my job, my relationships crumbled, but I hardly noticed. All my energy was focused on trying to protect myself from an enemy I couldn't see or understand. It was during this dark time that I received an unexpected visitor. I was startled by a knock at my door one evening. Cautiously, I peered through the peephole to see an elderly Navajo woman standing on my porch. Something about her seemed familiar, though I was certain we'd never met. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. The woman's eyes were kind but filled with a deep sadness. "You are the one who encountered the Yinald Lushi," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, unable to speak. She sighed heavily. "I am Sarah Begay, the man you spoke to on the reservation. He was my brother. He passed away shortly after your visit." A chill ran down my spine. "I'm so sorry," I managed to say. Sarah shook her head. "Do not be sorry. He knew his time was coming. But before he died, he made me promise to find you, to help you if I could." I invited her in, my mind reeling. As we sat in my living room, Sarah began to speak, her voice low and urgent. "What you encountered out there, it's part of something much bigger, much older than you can imagine. The skinwalkers are real, yes, but they're just one piece of a larger puzzle." She went on to explain that the land where I had camped was once the site of an ancient battle between forces of good and evil. The skinwalkers, she said, were drawn to places where the veil between worlds was thin, feeding off the residual energy of past conflicts. "But why me?" I asked. "Why did they choose to target me?" Sarah's eyes met mine. and I saw a flicker of something, recognition, in their depths. Sometimes, she said slowly, the skinwalkers don't choose their targets at random. Sometimes they're drawn to those who have a connection to this land, to its history, even if that connection isn't immediately apparent. She reached into her bag and pulled out an old, weathered journal. "This belonged to my grandfather," she said, holding it out to me. "I think you need to read it." As I took the journal, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. The leather cover felt familiar under my fingers, as if I'd held it before. "Read it," Sarah urged, "and when you're done, come find me. There's more you need to know." With that cryptic message, she left, leaving me alone with the journal, and a growing sense that my encounter with the skinwalkers was just the beginning of a much larger, more terrifying story. The journal Sarah had given me was filled with accounts of skinwalker encounters, rituals to ward them off, and theories about their origins. But it was a passage near the end that made my blood run cold. October 15th, 1945. "I fear my past has finally caught up with me. The choices I made during the war, the things I did in the name of science, they've opened a door that cannot be closed. The skinwalkers hunt me now. Punishment for my hubris. May the holy people forgive me, and may my descendants be spared the consequences of my actions." The entry was signed, Dr. James Hawthorne, my grandfather's name. Memories came flooding back, stories my father had told me about his own father, a brilliant scientist who had worked on classified government projects during World War II. He had disappeared under mysterious circumstances when my father was just a boy. With shaking hands, I continued reading. The final pages of the journal detailed my grandfather's desperate attempts to protect his family from the curse he believed he had brought upon them. He wrote of ancient Navajo rituals, of deals made with forces beyond human understanding. The last entry simply read, "I go now to face what I have wrought. May this sacrifice be enough to spare those who come after me." As I closed the journal, pieces began to fall into place. The strange pull I had felt towards that particular camping spot, the way the skinwalkers had seemed to single me out, it wasn't random at all. I was paying for the sins of my ancestor. With a growing sense of urgency, I packed a bag and headed out to find Sarah. I needed answers, and I had a feeling she was the only one who could provide them. The drive back to Navajo land felt different this time. The landscape seemed to whisper secrets, the wind carrying echoes of the past. As I neared the small community where I had first met the old man, Sarah's brother, I felt a shift in the air, as if I was crossing some invisible threshold. I found Sarah's house easily enough, guided by some instinct I couldn't explain. She was waiting for me on the porch, as if she had known exactly when I would arrive. "You've read it," she said as I approached. It wasn't a question. I nodded, my mind swirling with questions. My grandfather, what did he do? What door did he open? Sarah's eyes were sad as she gestured for me to sit beside her. "Your grandfather was part of a secret government program," she began. "They were experimenting with ancient Native American rituals, trying to weaponize them for the war effort." She went on to explain how my grandfather and his team had attempted to summon and control skinwalkers, believing they could be used as supernatural soldiers. But the ritual had gone horribly wrong, unleashing forces they couldn't hope to contain. "The skinwalkers that hunt you now," Sarah said, "they're not just after you. They're trying to finish what was started all those years ago. Your grandfather's sacrifice bought time, but the balance is shifting again." I felt the weight of generations pressing down on me. "What can I do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Sarah's hand found mine, her grip surprisingly strong. "You have a choice to make," she said. "You can run, try to hide from your legacy, or you can face it head on, and maybe, just maybe, find a way to set things right." As night fell around us, Sarah began to teach me the old ways, protection rituals, words of power, the true names of things that lurked in the shadows. And as I learned, I felt something awakening inside me, a connection to this land and its spirits that had always been there, dormant until now. I knew then that there was no turning back. The path ahead was dark and fraught with danger, but it was my path to walk. The sins of the father had become the burden of the son, and I was determined to face whatever came next. The next few months were a whirlwind of preparation. Under Sarah's guidance, I immersed myself in Navajo spirituality and lore. I learned to sing the ancient songs, to craft protective talismans, to see beyond the veil of ordinary reality. But even as I grew stronger, so did the forces arrayed against me. The Skinwalker attacks intensified, becoming bolder and more frequent. They were no longer content to lurk in the shadows. They wanted blood. It all came to a head on the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. Sarah had warned me that this would be when the veil between worlds was at its thinnest, when the Skinwalkers would be at their most powerful. We gathered at the site of my original encounter, the place where my grandfather had performed his ill-fated ritual decades ago. A small group of Navajo elders joined us, their weathered faces grim with determination. As the sun set, we began the ceremony. The air crackled with energy as we sang the ancient songs, our voices rising and falling in harmony with the desert wind. I felt the power building, coursing through me like electricity. And then they came. They emerged from the darkness like living nightmares, twisted, half-human shapes with glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. I saw coyotes that walked like men, eagles with human faces, things that defied description. The battle that followed was like nothing I could have imagined. It raged across multiple planes of existence, physical and spiritual. I found myself moving with a speed and grace I didn't know I possessed, wielding powers I barely understood. Through it all, I could feel my grandfather's presence, guiding my actions, lending me strength. This was his fight as much as mine, his chance at redemption. As the night wore on, I found myself face to face with the leader of the Skinwalkers, a monstrous figure that seemed to shift and change even as I looked at it. In its eyes, I saw an ancient, terrible intelligence. "You cannot win," it hissed, its voice like grinding stones. "The debt must be paid." "Then let it end with me," I replied, drawing on every ounce of power I had left. What happened next is hard to describe. There was a flash of blinding light, a sensation of falling through endless space, and then silence. I awoke to find myself lying on the desert floor, the first rays of dawn breaking over the horizon. The elders were gathered around me, their faces etched with awe and relief. "It is done," Sarah said softly, helping me to my feet. "The balance has been restored." In the days that followed, I learned the full extent of what had transpired. The ritual we had performed had not just banished the Skinwalkers, it had healed the rift my grandfather's actions had created. The land itself felt different, as if a great burden had been lifted. As for me, I was changed in ways I'm still trying to understand. The connection I feel to this place, to the spirits that dwell here, is stronger than ever. I know now that my journey is far from over. There will always be forces of darkness to contend with, always a balance to be maintained. But I'm no longer afraid. I've faced my demons, both literal and figurative, and come out the other side. The legacy of my grandfather is no longer a curse, but a responsibility I bear with pride. As I write these final words, I can feel the desert wind on my face, carrying with it the whispers of ancient spirits. They no longer feel alien or threatening. They are a part of me now, as I am a part of this land. The sun is setting, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple. Soon the stars will come out, a dazzling tapestry overhead, and in their light, I'll continue my vigil, a guardian of the threshold between worlds. For I am no longer just a man. I am a protector, a keeper of ancient ways, a bridge between past and future, and whatever the night may bring, I am ready.